lang muna before saying session is call to order. Suspend for what? Okay. Basta kung tuloy-tuloy, bahala sila. Bahala si ngayon, sinabi niya, I move that they take up the hindi ko na-approve yung mga. Yung list na ating kuwan, bawat referral to the Committee on Justice. Baka questionin tayo. Hindi natin pa-approve yung motion. Pag wala nag-object, the chair hears none, the Secretary General is directed to pwede bang Tagalog ang welcome to the thank you.
Hindi, para nandun naman yung Sept dyan para diretso na lang. Habang inaayos nila yun. Ano ka ba? Pwede siya. Diretso na dito. Boss, 10 o'clock na.
The session is hereby called to order. Everybody is requested to rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong paghaw, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagtitigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walaan.
Please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer the calling of the roll. So move. Any objection?
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the previous session. So move.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the journal is here. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business that requests the Secretary General to be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports. So move.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading as well as communications and for referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business, bills on first reading. House Bill 3749, creating 4 additional RTC branches in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in Zamboanga City, Representative Lubregat.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill number 3750, amending Republic Act 10613, Representative Lubregat.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3751, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of public school teachers from salary grade 11 to 19, Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill 3752, mandating the automation of a national public school database, Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3753, establishing a free medicine assistance program for the poor, Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Poverty Alleviation.
House Bill 3754, providing for the summary titling of real properties used as public school sites, Representative Rocamora.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3755, expanding the purposes and application of the Special Education Fund, Representative Rocamora.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3756, establishing the economic zone and freeport in the province of Southern Leyte, Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs and the Committee on Trade and Industry.
House Bill 3757, granting old age pension benefit to retirees under Republic Act 1616, Representative Castelo.
To the Committee on Population and Family Relations.
House Bill 3758, imposing a 3-year ban on former government officials from engaging in employment or business related to their previous agency, position, or function, Representative Castelo.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 3759, requiring all government and private hospitals, medical centers, clinics, infirmaries, and pericultural centers to give free medical and dental assistance to indigent children, Representative Castelo.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3760, establishing the Magna Carta for Barangays, Representative Agaching.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3761, mandating the DepEd to create a separate curriculum for the physical education distinct from the music, arts, and health curriculum, Representative Del Rosario.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 3762, creating Northern Quezon Development Authority in Quezon Province, Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization.
House Bill 3763, providing for the reforestation of 100 hectares of public land in Barangay Bagsaysay, Infanta, and Barangay Pangsaghan, Municipality of General Nakar in Quezon Province, Representative Enverga.
To the Special Committee on Reforestation.
House Bill 3764, providing for the rehabilitation and modernization of PGAs, Representative Enverga.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 3765, declaring every 4th day of November a special non-working holiday in Quezon Province, represented in Berga.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill 3766, creating Barangay Apad in Humalig, Quezon Province, represented in Berga.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 3767, granting hazard pay to RTC judges, represented Gonzaga.
To the Committee on Justice.
House Bill 3768, reviving the Philippine Constabulary and reorganizing the PNP, represented Pimentel.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
Resolutions. House Resolution 390, congratulating Justin Santos for winning the Miss United Continents 2016, Representative C. Alvarado.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 391, urging the Department of Transportation to fast-track the development and upgrading of the Clark International Airport, Representative Lasatin.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Resolution 392, direct the Special Committee on Globalization and WTO to inquire into the implication of the expiration of the special treatment on rice, Representative Villarin.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 393, urging the Committee on Appropriations to restore the 351.9 million budget slashed by the DBM, Representative Ilago.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Communications, letter dated September 2, 2016 of Tomas M. Rodriguez, Assistant Regional Director, DPWH.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
Letter dated September 6, 2016 of Maria Corazon S. Gomez, Regional Director, COA.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated September 13 of Maria Gleda E. Lim, State Auditor 5, COA.
To the Committee on Appropriations. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes to allow the technical staff and resource persons of the committee to access to the floor. Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Saan ka na? Pina-consider mo na?
We suspend to ano muna?
Kinonsider mo na yung House Bill? Yes, boss. Okay na.
We can resume.
Where is the cue cards for the COA? Cue cards. O, ba na? Speaker.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the budget on Commission on Audit and move to recognize our guests from the COA family. Chairperson, Michael G. Aguinaldo.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we consider now House Bill 3408 and ask that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Any objection? Hearing none. Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill number 3408, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2017, and for other purposes.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our parliamentary status is we are in the period of sponsorship and debate. We move that we consider the budget of the Commission on Audit and would like to greet our chairperson, Michael G. Aguinaldo, Commissioner Jose A. Fabia, Assistant Commissioner of the Corporate Government Sector, Winnie Rose Encallado, Assistant Commissioner, Non-Government Sector, Susan Garcia, Assistant Commissioner, Finance Management Sector, Carmela Perez, Assistant Commissioner, Special Services Sector, Alexander Juliano, Assistant Commissioner of STSS, Manolo C. of the COA family. For the purpose of the sponsorship of the budget of the COA, I move that we recognize the Honorable Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Liachon. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Liachon is recognized.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Majority Floor Leader, and our guests from the plenary. We have here our guests from the Commission on Audit, of course, headed by Chairman Michael Aguinaldo. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, we'd like to manifest that we are ready for interpellation.
Mr. Speaker, we would move for the recognition of our esteemed Honorable Minority Floor Leader, the Honorable Lito Atienza. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Before we recognize the Honorable Gentleman from Manila, if we may welcome first our guests for today. The named guests earlier, will you please rise? Welcome to the House of Representatives. The Honorable Atienza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader and Honorable Sponsor. At this juncture, we would like to state for the record that we in the minority accept the fact that the Commission on Audit is doing a very critical role in balancing our government's effectivity in its functions. Alam po namin na napaka-importante ng trabaho ng Commission on Audit. Kami nga po'y nalulungkot dahil mayroong mga nagsasabing dapat alisin na ito. Dapat magkaroon ng emergency power. I-suspend lahat itong mga tungkulin at trabaho ng Commission on Audit. So on the part of the minority, if we cannot improve nor increase the budget of the Commission on Audit, we have decided not to interpolate anymore, and we would like to hasten the approval of the budget of the Commission on Audit to send the message to all that we should support its functions. So on the part of the minority, we are all dispensing the questions that some of us initially wanted to ask. And we would like to give the Honorable Chairman Aguinaldo and his family all the best wishes that they do a finer job this coming year. Maraming salamat po. And we move for the termination of the interpellation period to really get the approval of the body on the pending budget proposal. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in closing the period of sponsorship and debate on the Commission on Audit. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
There's a motion to close and terminate the period of debate and interpellation
Thank you,
for
Mr.
the
Speaker.
budget of COA. Hearing none, an objection, hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader,
I move that we consider the budget of the Philippine Competition Commission. We would like to greet Dr. Arsenio Balisacan and Madam Commissioner Estela Kimbo.
the guest's name, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the purpose of the defense of the budget of the Philippine Competition Commission, I move that we recognize the Honorable Vice Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Mark Sambar. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
An objection, hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank
The
you.
Honorable Sambar is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, and our guests from the different agencies, good morning. I am now ready to answer questions for this agency.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we recognize the Honorable Tony Bravo. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Honorable Bravo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to everyone. On behalf of the minority, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of Philippine Competition Commission, as there are no more member of the minority that wishes to ask question. I do so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we join the minority in moving for the closure of the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the Philippine Competition Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
There's a joint motion to close the debate and interpellation on the budget of Philippine Competition Commission. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we consider the budget of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. For that purpose, we would like to greet Secretary Yasmin Busran Lao, Executive Director Tahir Lidasan Jr., and recognize the Honorable Mark Sambar for the defense of the budget of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Sambar is recognized.
Thank you. This representation is now ready to answer questions for the NCMF.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, on behalf of the minority, I move that we recognize the Honorable Tony Bravo. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
the Honorable Bravo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no other member from the minority who wishes to ask question, I move to terminate the period of interpellation and debate on the budget of National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. I do so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we join the minority in moving for the closure of the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
there's a joint motion to close the debate and interpellation on the budget of the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move that we consider the budget of the Cooperative Development Authority, and for that purpose, we would like to greet Chairman Orlando Ravanera. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we move that we recognize as its sponsor the Honorable Mark Sambar. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Sambar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is ready to answer questions for the Co-op Development Authority.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, on behalf of the minority and for his interpellation, I move that we recognize the Honorable Tony Bravo. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Bravo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning once again. Will the gentleman, good sponsor of this budget of CDA, yield to some question to this interview?
It will be my pleasure,
Representation.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker, as stated in Article 2 of Republic Act 9520 under Declaration of Policy. It is the declared policy of the state to foster the creation and growth of cooperatives as a practical vehicle for promoting self-reliance and harnessing people's power towards the attainment of economic development and social justice. The state shall encourage the private sector to undertake the actual formation and organization of cooperatives and shall create an atmosphere that is conducive to the growth and development of these cooperatives. Towards this end, the government in all its branches, subdivision, instrumentalities, and agencies shall ensure the provision of technical guidance, financial assistance, and other services to enable said cooperatives to develop into viable and responsive economic enterprises and thereby bring about a strong cooperative movement that is free from any conditions that might infringe upon the autonomy, organization, and integrity of cooperatives. This, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, is a guiding principle. As such, CDA, among others, was created to regulate and execute its function to develop the cooperative in the entire country. Am I correct with this statement?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is correct.
Along that line, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, what are the functions of or responsibilities of the CDA?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, part of the functions of the CDA includes the formulation and adoption and implementation of an integrated and comprehensive plan and programs on cooperative development consistent with national policy on cooperatives and the overall social economic development plans of the government. In addition, it is to develop and conduct management and training programs upon the request of cooperatives that will provide members of cooperatives with the entrepreneurial capabilities, managerial expertise, and technical skills required for the efficient operation of their co-ops.
Thank you for that candid answer, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. In other words, generally, the CDA has two major functions: regulatory and developmental function. Am I correct, Mr. Distinguished Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is correct.
As far as this major function of the CDA, are we confident that the CDA is delivering these services, including not only the regulatory function, and including the developmental function to our cooperatives in the inter-country?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in terms of the regulatory functions of the CDA, they are more than competent to properly regulate the proper agencies. However, in terms of development and training, unfortunately, their funds are not enough.
Will you please elaborate further that while CDA is mandated by law to exercise its mandate under developmental function mandate, as you made mention a while ago, the CDA cannot dispense this function. Why?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the CDA is tasked to give support to 25,000 co-ops nationwide. especially the 82% micro and small. Although the budget for the CDA has been consistently increasing over the last few years, for them to undertake a national training and development program to help all these co-ops, they will still need some additional budgetary increase.
Meaning, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, while CDA is mandated by law to execute its function on a developmental function, it cannot fully execute its function because of budgetary constraints. Am I correct, distinguished sponsor?
In terms, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in terms of the regulatory functions, the CDA has no problem in executing their functions. It's just the lack of funds for further training and development. That is the foremost problem of the CDA.
And that falls under the developmental function, not on regulatory function. Am I correct?
Yes,
And,
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
And if we really want that the CDA will be able to discharge its function under its developmental function, then therefore there should be sufficient fund that should be provided for the agency.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is correct. It is within the power of this Congress and its members to suggest further funding for the CDA.
And how many, by the way, how many, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, how many cooperatives are there registered in this country?
Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, the CDA has about 25,610 registered cooperatives nationwide.
25,600?
10.
10 registered cooperatives in the entire country, and approximately how many individuals?
14 million.
Approximately 14 million members, Your Honor.
14 million members, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. And how much is the budget being proposed for the CDA for the fiscal year 2017?
Being proposed yan, 823, Your Honor. 823.
For fiscal year 2017, Your Honor, the proposed budget of the CDA is
800. Yeah, this one. No, this other one. 820. 838. Ito sa NIP, ito sa NIP lang ito.
the proposed budget for CDA for fiscal year 2017 is 823 million, but in the NEP there's only 429.817 million.
Please repeat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how much was the original proposed budget?
The original proposed budget was 838 million.
338 million only.
838 million, Your Honor.
838 million. And in the NEP?
In the NEP, it's 429.817 million, Your Honor.
So 429 million. And how much was slashed? Almost 500 million. Am I right?
Approximately 400 million, Your Honor.
Approximately 400 million. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, this is really very sad on the part of this representation. So may I go further, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. Of the 25,000 registered cooperative, how many of these are doing business or operating?
Almost all. But we have to consider that we have only 57% micro, 25% small. They are doing business in their own limited ways. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, most of these co-ops are in business right now, but we have to take into consideration that
57% belongs to the micro category and 25% is small.
57% belongs in the micro category and 25% in the small.
57% belongs to
The micro,
micro, which means, will you please educate our listener?
which means that their assets are below 3 million pesos, Your Honor. Your Honor, Micro is about 21,046 co-ops, which is 82% of the composition of the total co-ops in the whole nation. Small is about 2,689, which is 10.5%. Medium is 1,441, which comprises 5.6%. And large is 434, which comprises about 1.7%. The definition is as follows, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. For micro, the total assets are 3 million pesos and below. For small, 3 million to 15 million pesos. For medium, 15 to 100 million pesos. And for large, it's above 100 million pesos, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, for that answer, for refreshing us with the data. To sum it up and to give our listener the exact view of the situation of the cooperative in the entire country, it appears that 92.7 belongs to micro and small cooperative. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, am I correct?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is correct.
And of this cooperative, how many cooperatives are either engaged in agriculture or have farmer or agricultural farmers as members?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, according to the CDA, there are 7,421 co-ops that are part of the agricultural...
So, thank you. 7,421 cooperatives, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, are the cooperatives where our farmers and fisher folks belongs. Approximately, how many farmers and fisher folks are in these cooperatives?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, about 8 million individuals are part of these co-ops.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, 8 million individual member of micro and small cooperatives are farmers and fisher folks, the poorest of the poor. For me, with the meager budget of CDA, are being neglected. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, what could be the reason for this cooperative that are not operating?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the primary reason for the non-operation of these co-ops would be the insufficiency of funds for training and their budgetary constraints, Your Honor.
So, do you think, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, if these fisher folks, farmers, even urban poor, the poorest of the poor, will join in the cooperative and we will able to strengthen this cooperative, will this give impact to changing their lives as far as economic is concerned?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I believe so.
So if, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, you believe that if we will be able to strengthen the micro and small cooperative, this will give impact or better life to our farmers, fisher folks, and urban poor, then I think, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, an additional budget for CDA is of necessity. Do you agree to this representation?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think your suggestion would be much appreciated, not only by the sponsor, but by the CDA.
Will the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, support this humble representation to lobby for an additional budget for the CDA, and considering that there are still unused appropriation in other agencies, a huge of that could be channeled to this agency? Will you assist and facilitate and appeal to the leadership, especially to the Committee on Appropriation, for at least increase the budget of the CDA at least 200 million, Your Honor, to start with?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I will promise my best to accede to the requests of the Honorable Bravo for increasing the budgetary requirements of the CDA.
And that budget will go to the financing on the developmental function of the CDA.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Thank you for that assurance, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. And before I end my interpellation, I would like to commend no other than our President for reinstating back the Cooperative Development Authority from the DOF to the Office of the President. And I would like to encourage and appeal to our distinguished colleague to look into this matter, the budget of the CDA, and give sufficient budget to the CDA so that once and for all, it can dutifully discharge its function under its regulatory and developmental function. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, distinguished sponsor, for that candid answer and for that assurance that there will be an increased budget for the CDA for the calendar year 2017. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honorable Tony Bravo for his interpellation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for his interpellation, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gentleman from Akbayan, Representative Tom Villarin. I so move, Your Honor.
Honorable Villarin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Well, I have a 10-page questionnaire, but due to the request, I will just condense my questions into an appeal. Well, this appeal is directed to the House, and I join our colleagues from Co-op NATCO that indeed, to address rural poverty, we need organized cooperatives, especially from among the rural poor, in the fisher folk, and the coconut sector. So I join my colleague in the Co-op NATCO in manifesting that the appeal to increase the budget of CDA be made, and the budget increase should also be commensurate to the needs of our rural poor, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So there's nothing more that I could add except to say that I am one with you in the quest that we increase the budget of CDA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Villarin. Your point is well taken, and I think I speak on behalf of CDA that we will support your manifestation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Deputy Minority Tony Bravo of Co-op NATCO for his interpellation.
Deputy Minority Leader, Honorable Bravo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There being no other member from the minority who wish to ask question, I move to terminate the period of interpellation debate for the budget of the Cooperative Development Authority. I do so move, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of Philippine Cooperative Authority. I so move, Your Honor.
There's a joint motion to terminate and close the sponsorship and interpellation on the budget of the Philippine
Cooperative Development.
Cooperative Development. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to greet the Honorable Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Vice President Leni Robredo.
The Housing Family.
And the Housing, Family, and Key Shelter agencies, USEC, Secretary General Angel Ojastro, HADSI, Commissioner Antonio Bernardo, HLURB, General Manager Marcelino Escalada Jr., National Housing Authority, EVP June Ramos, NHMFC, EVP Corazon Corpus, HGC, Vice President, Ana Oliveros, SHFC, and Deputy Leo Ahmad, MDTI, HDMP. So move.
To our Honorable Vice President Maria Leonor Robredo and other honorable guests, mainit po namin kayong tinatanggap dito sa ating Kamara ng mga representante. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of debate and interpellation. I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council. I so move, Your Honor.
An objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Quezon City, Representative Alfred Vargas, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council. I so move, Your Honor.
The Honorable Vargas is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is the honor and privilege of this representation to defend the budget of all the housing agencies and corporations. Much more so, I am deeply honored by the presence of our former colleague from the 16th Congress and now our Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines, Vice President Leni Robredo. This representation is now ready to answer any questions from the members of this august body.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza of the party list Buhay for his interpellation.
The Honorable Atienza is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Congressman. Meron po nanggugulo rito sa floor. So, give me one minute to tackle him. Mr. Speaker, salamat po. Majority Floor Leader. So with the kind understanding of the sponsor, we would like to clarify certain matters. Knowing very well that the housing sector needs all the support that we can all give, considering that housing is one of those needs, basic needs of our people, which have been left unattended. At this point, if we could only help the agency, we would do so, knowing very well that they are definitely lacking in resources. Now, as far as the Housing, Urban Development and Coordinating Council is concerned, pwede po bang pagsamasamahin na natin lahat yung housing sector, or would you rather that we tackle it one by one?
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we join the sentiment of the Honorable Deputy Minority Floor Leader. We move now that we consider the budgets of the following agencies: Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, the National Housing Authority, the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, and the Social Housing Finance Corporation. So moved, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Salamat po. That should facilitate our interpellation so as to give the Vice President all the time to attend to other problems outside of the budget, because we cannot even add a single centavo anyway to what she has already been given by the DBM. So, liliwanagin ko na lang po yung mga ilang katanungan para po naman makatulong tayo sa ating Vice Presidente na siya ngayong mayroong tungkol po sa housing. Mr. Speaker, the HUDCC is a coordinating body. It's supposed to take the place of a housing department, considering that all agencies on housing are represented in this coordinating council. Andyan po ang finance, andyan po National Housing Authority, andyan po ang regulatory. Kaya tatanungin ko po ang ating kagalang-galang na sponsor ng measure, since this could be the best time to clarify this matter. Would he be able to say and state before Congress that the HUDCC, as envisioned, is able to function effectively under the past, immediate past, and the present administration?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as a representative of Quezon City, wherein now I'm residing in the 5th District, wherein 65% are informal settler families, I would like to say that the HUDC is facing many challenges for now, as many challenges, and the situation of HUDC now is very far from ideal.
Yung po'y tinanong ko sapagkat ako'y nagtataka at ako'y nalulungkot kung minsan kapag ka naririnig ko na mayroong mga panukala na bumuo pa tayo ng Department of Housing para bagang kulang ang ating paraan para maasikaso ang problema ng pabahay. Sa katotohanan po, meron na po tayong de facto Department of Housing with the creation of the HUDCC. Andyan po ang production, andyan po ang finance, andyan po ang guarantee, andyan po ang regulatory. Andyan po ang mga importanteng bahagi ng bubuuing Department of Housing kung ito po naman ay sasangayunan ng Kongreso at ng Senado. Subalit hindi po kailangan palakasin na lamang ang National Housing Authority, palakasin ang ating regulatory bodies, palakasin ang ating housing finance. Palagay ko meron na tayong Department of Housing na magagamit para po naman matupad ang panaginip ng bawat Pilipino, magkaroon tayo ng sarili nating tahanan. Tinatanggap po ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na ang bawat Pilipino ay nananaginip na magkaroon siya ng sarili niyang tahanan sa lalong madaling panahon?
Yes po, Mr. Speaker.
Tinatanggap din po ba ng ating kagalang-galang na sponsor na palaki ng palaki ang bilang ng mga nananaginip ng mga Pilipino?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Sa ngayon, mahigit 5 milyon ang walang bahay at walang pagkakataon sa bahay. And more than 80% of this are coming from the very poor sector na umaasa na lamang sa gobyerno sapagkat hindi sila makabibili ng kanilang tahanan sa presyo ng lupa at presyo ng construction ngayon. So therefore, the functions of the HUDCC as the de facto Department of Housing, together with the production arm, which is the National Housing Authority, should really be given all the support that governments can give. Ang nakalulungkot po, and I'd like to put this on record, as we have already stated it in the hearing, that the National Housing Authority was given 31 billion, or million, rather, they were given 31 billion nung nakaraang administrasyon. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, 33. 33 billion.
33 billion. And for the coming year, 2017, figure this out, colleagues and members of Congress. For the 2017, ginawa po nilang 12 billion lang. Binawasan po yung pondo ng production arm ng ating pamahalaan. Yung po ba'y tama rin?
Tama po yun, Mr. Speaker.
Dito po nakikita ninyo na ang pagkukulang ay nasa pagbibigay ng pondo. Ang bahay na panaginip ng ating mga mahihirap ay hindi po malamang makamit sa 2017. Huwag na huwag po nating sisisihin ang sinuman, lalong-lalo na ang mga isinisilang na sanggol at dumarating na mga Pilipino sa pagkukulang ng namamahala. Kung hindi po tayo magbibigay ng salapi para sa housing, maririnig na naman natin next year, kasi padami ang Pilipino, kasi anak kayo ng anak. Wala pong kinalaman yung anak at pagdami ng tao doon sa pagkukulang ng namamahala. What can we do in Congress? Nothing, because we cannot increase. But we can state our position that we believe that housing should be given more emphasis by any administration. Nakapagtataka nga po, yung gobyernong walang damdamin, tinutukoy ko po yung nakaraan, yung gobyernong walang pakialam ay handang gumastos ng 33 billion. Itong gobyernong may puso at nangangako ng pagbabago ay binawasan po ang pondo. Does the honorable sponsor see any way we in Congress can help so that this is rectified before we even pass the budget as a whole for 2017? Because unless we do so, then Congress will become part of the parties to blame if our people are frustrated and triply frustrated next year when they see less production of housing in our country.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would like to say that this representation is I very much agree on the statements of the distinguished gentleman from Buhay Party List. Totoo pong mababa ang pondo ng housing po natin. And just to explain, because of the comparative decrease in the budget for 2017 for NHA is due to two major factors. Number one, the 4.3 billion final appropriations for the 5-year implementation of the 50 billion housing fund for the relocation and housing program for 104,000 informal settler families living along danger areas. So wala na po yan ngayong 2017 dahil gamit na po. At number two, yung pong housing assistance program amounting to 25.6 billion for construction of 87,000 permanent housing units for the Typhoon Yolanda victims. But this representation at the proper time, as the sponsor of this budget, will readily accept and support any proposed amendments to augment the funds of the housing agencies to address the current need of our people for affordable housing. Kailangan po, agree po ako sa inyo, kailangan po ng dagdag, and we agree that this budget is just a drop in the bucket compared to what is needed.
Mr. Speaker, sino po ba may gawa nitong budget na ito? Ito po bang bagong administrasyon o yung dating administrasyon?
Dito na po sa bagong administrasyon, Mr. Speaker.
Itong mga estimate na ito, itong mga justification na ito ay damdamin na po ng ating bagong Pangulo at ng ating Vice Presidente o ito po naman ay ginawa nung nakaraang administrasyon?
This budget was prepared by the previous administration. But finalize na lang po with this new administration in coordination with DBM.
Am I to understand that the honorable sponsor is accepting the responsibility of having deducted or reduced greatly the budget of the production arm of the government to provide housing for the very poor?
Mr. Speaker, this representation, like the gentleman from Buhay, naliliitan po talaga tayo sa budget ng ating housing, ng National Shelter Program po natin. But this representation, at the proper time, as the sponsor of this budget this year and hopefully for the coming years, will readily accept any support and proposed amendments to augment the funds. So I will do everything everything I can in my power, and as my responsibility to our shelter program to augment.
But we would like to correct the impression that might have been created by the statement that this budget was prepared by the present administration. Because in the hearings that we had on housing, it was stated very clearly, unequivocally, by those representing the administration that this budget was not theirs. It was prepared by the past administration. Huwag po natin ibigay ang sisi kasalukuyan kung ang pagkukulang ay nasa nakaraan. Dahil ayoko po namang maligaw ang ating perception, maliligaw din ang ating solusyon.
I stand corrected, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
Thank you. Para po naman malinaw na hindi ito katha at hindi po nilikha ng bagong pinuno ng housing. Ang ating Vice Presidente, na kung palagay ko naman kung pagbibigyan siya na siyang gumawa ng budget, ay baka times 5 ang hihingin niya for the National Housing Authority.
I believe so too, Mr. Speaker. I agree.
Tama po. Now, with regards to the possible reasons why they have reduced the budget of the National Housing Authority, in the hearings also that we had, we pointed out very, very glaring monuments of government neglect. To name a few, we pointed out the conditions at the temporary housing along Arten Boulevard in Tondo, Manila. We pointed out Katuparan housing project also in Tondo. We pointed out Happy Land area also in Tondo. We pointed out Parola 1, Parola 3, the old Bilibid compound, and many other portions in Manila which are crying for government attention. I'm happy we had a short talk with the Vice President earlier, and she said she checked out the conditions in these areas. And we would like to appreciate that immediate reaction that displays sensitivity. Yun po ang kailangan. At inaamin po naman ng ating Vice Presidente na talagang dapat pansinin yung kalagayan doon. Mr. Speaker, the conditions prevailing in these areas that I have mentioned, especially the temporary housing along the main avenue of the Arten Boulevard, are below human standards. Palagay ko po pati daga hindi mahihirapang mabuhay doon kung bigla nating ilalagay doon. Sapagkat wala pong tubig, wala pong ilaw, putik ang kapaligiran, dumi ang nagkalat, at ang mga tao ron at mga bata ron ay nabubuhay araw-araw na nakalagay sa panganib sa kanilang kalusugan. We have to do something about this. If Yolanda has already given us a respite, I am pointing out to the National Housing Authority these areas in the city of Manila which require immediate attention. Kung hindi man natin mabigyan sila ng maganda at marangyang bahay, bigyan natin ng tubig, elektrisidad, at malinis na kapaligiran. Yan po hindi mahirap gawin. If the NHA would assign that to an NGO, I'm sure it will be done. But the action must start from the government. Pwede po ba nating makuna ng garantiya ang kagalang-galang na sponsor na bibigyan ng tubig, ilaw, at malinis na kapaligiran itong mga nabanggit nating mga pabahay projects?
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to confirm first with the housing agencies. Mr. Speaker, as an answer to the question of the gentleman from Buhay Party List, the answer is yes. And the agencies are now moving towards that direction. And I would like to say that inline po ang naiisip ninyo at ang mga programang balak ng ating pong housing agencies.
Again, we would like to thank the honorable sponsor for that assurance. Today, we will send word to these communities that indeed, finally, attention will be given them. Yan po'y napakagandang balita sa isang problemang humihingi ng katuparan at ng aksyon ng pamahalaan all these past years of neglect and total insensitivity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. We truly appreciate that.
Now, shifting to another housing need, Mr. Speaker, we would like to talk about now the regulatory agency. During the hearings that we had, we asked the Housing Land Use Regulatory Board if they are in charge of supervising subdivisions. And he said yes. And I'm asking now, today, is the HLURB also in charge of supervising condominium housing and condominium laws in the country?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your
Opo.
Honor.
So with those questions answered clearly in the affirmative, we would like to put on record of Congress that there are many violations of the HLURB regulations and violations of the law on housing when the subdivision planners and owners change the conditions prevailing after selling out all their units, all their lots in their particular projects. Ang tinuturan ko po lalong-lalo na, marami pong violations na nabibiktima ang walang kamalay-malay na consumer o house buyer. Pero ang pinaka-garapal na paglabag sa batas ay yung garantiya na kapag kayo'y bumili sa isang subdivision, magkakaroon kayo ng palaruan, magkakaroon kayo ng parke, magkakaroon kayo ng open space as provided for by the or whatever you call that, the sales brochure that they use for selling and approved by the HLURB, as it is written there. This brochure is approved by the HLURB. Then after selling all their units or all their available land, the planners and the owners remove the open spaces or remove the playgrounds or remove the chapel and replace them with more housing units for selling. Yan po ay paglabag sa batas, hindi po ba?
Beg your pardon, Mr. Speaker. Sorry po.
Tinatanong ko lang po para po naman matala sa ating record. Yung po'y paglabag sa batas.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So therefore, it should not be allowed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
It is the job and the task of the HLURB, Mr. Speaker, to see to it that what is written in the brochure, when they are selling, should be delivered by the owners to all the condominium buyers and the home buyers in the subdivisions. Hindi po yung pagkatapos bumili ay nawala na po yung magandang plano. Gobyerno po ang garantiya dyan eh. Pag sinabi ng brochure, approved by the HLURB under resolution so and so, the buyer feels secure. Protektado yung kanyang bibiling, yung kanyang investment dahil meron pong garantiya ang gobyerno. Na kapag nilabag ng developer at hindi umaksyon ang gobyerno, ang tao na naman ang argabyado.
Yes.
Wala pong magagawa si Juan de la Cruz kapag yung kanyang pinangakong condominium unit na sinabi matatapos in 2 years, nagbabayad na siya, tapos na-postpone ng 10 years, wala pa ho siyang unit. Ang dami pong ganyan, no? If if you give me a little time, I will recite every single case of swindling the consumer and the poor buyer. Ang bawat bumibili ng bahay, whether it's a unit or an independent house, yan po'y savings nila. Lifetime savings. Yan po'y pinag-iipunan sa abroad ng kanyang asawang nagtatrabaho o ng kanyang anak na nagtatrabaho. Tapos ibabayad doon sa developer, hindi po naman i-deliver. Yan po ba'y pinapansin ng HLURB?
Definitely, Mr. Speaker. And just to express that I agree with the gentleman from Buhay because I myself, I have a personal experience with this. Nung pong kumuha po ako ng condominium, doon po sa isa pong probinsya, sinabi po fully furnished. Ang DVD player lang tsaka sopa ang aking nakuha. But rest assured, we have commitment from HLURB that HLURB recognizes your concerns as legit, and we have commitment that HLURB is investigating and taking action on this matter. And I ask the head of HLURB now that in a matter of 2 weeks they can send Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, report on this as per their actions.
Yes, we would request on record that we be given a listing of the cases that they have acted on and cases that they should have filed. Dahil kailangan po, i-demanda ito mga developer na ito para madala. Kung hindi po naman, kaawa-awa tayong lahat. Bumibili tayo ng bahay na akala natin merong katotohanan. Yung pala'y hindi matutupad sapagkat tumalikod yung developer sa kanyang pangako na inaprubahan ng HLURB. Pwede po ba nating asahan yun na bago po mag-asingko, dahil kung di po, sisingilin ko yung HLURB dito sa approval ng ating budget. Dahil nakaka-frustrate po ito. Gusto ko namang ibigay sa lahat ng mga nagrereklamo sa opisina.
Did I hear it right, Mr. Speaker, bago mag-October 5? Bago po mag-October 5? Let me confirm lang po.
Maraming salamat po doon sapagkat malaking bagay yung aksyon na ibibigay natin sa reklamo at proteksyon ng karapatan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the HLURB is committed to submit to you the report before October 5.
Mr. Speaker, with these answers and responses placed on our records, we would like to assure the gentleman sponsor of the bill all our continuing support for the need of housing to be fulfilled by this government. Dahil kailangan po natin ng pabahay, dahil yan ang panaginip ng bawat Pilipino. Kung ang ibang lahi, ibang bansa ay merong ibang panaginip, ang panaginip po ng Pilipino ay magkaroon ng sariling tahanan na hindi naman nabibilad sa panloloko at pandaraya ng mga nagsasamantala sa walang kamalay-malay. At yun po namang ating mga lubos na mahihirap, those belonging to the real, genuinely poor, who are dependent on the government and the financing of the government. We will also share in looking for ways and means to expand the coverage of socialized housing in our country. So with that, we would like to thank the majority floor leader, the honorable sponsor, and the speaker for this opportunity to interact with the sponsor of the budget of the National Housing Authority and the housing sector of the country, which we again reiterate is not getting the kind of support that is national appropriations measure, which will soon to pass, ay hindi po sila kasali sa biyaya ng tamang pananalapi. Maraming salamat po. Thank you for this opportunity.
Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Arlene Brosas, the women's right champion from the party list, Gabriela, for her interpellation. I so move, Your Honor.
The Honorable Arlene Brosas is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga po sa lahat. Magandang umaga, Mr. Sponsor. Will you yield to some of my questions regarding the housing problem in question? Mr. Sponsor, will you yield to my questions regarding
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to answer any questions from the gentle lady from Gabriela.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, meron pong 1,149,982,000 allotted for building community facilities for existing relocation sites. Paano po ito itinatakda ang pondo na ito at aling mga relocation sites ang makikinabang sa sinabing pondo?
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'd like to confirm data with the housing agency. Mr. Speaker, I have here with me a complete list of the 18 existing resettlement sites, the summary of infrastructure component, and funding by site matrix, which this representation would be glad to show the honorable interpellator.
Okay, thank you. May nakalaang 72 million para sa Housing Assistance Program for calamity victims sa Permanent Housing Presentation Village Resettlement. Ano pong klaseng assistance ito?
Mr. Speaker, can you give me a few moments to confirm the specific details of the... Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have here with me a document saying the housing program for calamity victims for Presentation Village Resettlement Project for 300 beneficiaries with a total cost of 72 million aside from the construction of housing units.
Pwede po bang pakipaliwanag ang relocation assistance na may 129.6 million, sa paano pong forma ito at saang relocation sites ito mapupunta?
The relocation assistance amounting to 129.6 million will be allocated for 7,200 families residing within the 3-meter waterway easement in the priority areas declared by DPWH, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
During the two dialogues held between the relocatees and concerned agency, namely National Housing Agency, NHA, and HUD-C, a lot of issues were put forward by the residents when they were forcibly evicted from their homes. Perhaps to soften their resistance, they were promised that housing units are already reserved for them. But arriving on the relocation sites, they found out that there are no electricity and water supply. Some have to wait for years, while others remain without these utilities up to now. Is there something being done to remedy this situation now?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as per my meetings with the new general manager of NHA, he is now assigned a task force to investigate on all, not only the project that you mentioned, but all such concerns, similar to what you have just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Plus, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, problema po ng mga tao sa relocation sites ngayon ay sinisingil sila ng tubig at kuryente, pero kapag hindi na sila nakabayad, hindi na sila binibigyan din ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng tubig at kuryente. Dahil kailangan muna nilang magbayad ng sa NHA ng kanilang amortisasyon bago sila muling mabigyan ng basic services ng tubig at kuryente. Yun po ay sana masolusyonan ng NHA dahil yun po ay basic na kahilingan ng mga mamamayan, lalong-lalo na sa relocation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, your concerns, that particular concern of yours is very legitimate. And the NHA will revisit the policies and will investigate in those cases. And with my conversation a while ago from the Vice President, we have the firm commitment that the whole National Shelter Program headed by HUD-C will address these problems.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Another issue that came up concerns the substandard materials used to build the housing units. Galvanized iron sheets are of poor quality, can actually cut them even without using the proper shear, and water pipes leak. This show that the contractors probably cut corners during construction. Will the NHA hold them accountable? Yung mga past po na mga kontrata na meron, no? Sino po bang gumagawa ng kontrata sa pagitan ng relocatees at NHA? NHA po ba o mismong mga developers?
Mr. Speaker, meron pong terms of reference that that NHA is guided by from DPWH. Mr. Speaker, but Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's a review and the performance is under review and investigation under the NHA.
Under review. On to my next question. As of December 2015, ayon sa website ng NHA, mayroong 3.14 billion na nakolekta ang NHA sa mga beneficiaries. Saan po napunta ang halagang ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it goes back to the corporate fund of NHA and plowed back to another housing project.
Magkano po ang taunang kita ng NHA? Halimbawa, ng 2013, 2014, 2015,
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request a few moments to confirm the data.
Sir, yan. Yung 20, yung audited, sir, is 11 billion.
Mr. Speaker, according to, I have here with me the income statement. It says here the net profit and subsidies for 2015 is 11 billion. And the subsidy is 10 billion. And the actual profit is 334 million. For 2016, the net profit and subsidies 35 billion. And subsidy from the national government is 34 billion. And the net profit is 367 million.
So, tumataas yung taunang kita ng NHA. Bilang isang korporasyon, nag-i-invest po ba ang NHA? At ano-ano po yung mga investments na pinapasok ng NHA?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pong mandate sa investment. Umiikot po yan sa housing.
So, bumabalik sa housing.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sa nagdaang mga taon, higit sa pagbibigay ng serbisyo, hangad ng NHA na kumita. Sa kalagayang marami ang ating mga kababayan na halos hindi na maitawid ang pang-araw-araw na pantustos sa pagkain, kinakaharap nila ang banta na mawalan muli ng tahanan. Meron na naman po tayong ilang bilang ng evictions na gagawin at demolitions. Doon po nangangamba ang ating mga kababayan. Patunay dito ang malaking bilang ng mga hindi nakababayad sa buwan ng amortisasyon at nakatatanggap ng ilang beses ng liham ng pagbabanta. Sa karamihan, relatibong mababa nga naman ang 200 kada buwan kasi yun po yung binabayaran nila. Pero ang emphasis dito ay ang salitang relatibo. Sa karamihan sa mga nandito siguro, hindi masyadong malaki, hindi masyadong kakayanin natin yon. Pangkape lang yon o di kaya kung ano pa man. Pero sa mga katulad ng mga ordinaryong mga mamamayan, mahihirapan po sila. Take for example, si Nanay Melay na nakatira sa Camarin Residences, isang in-city relocation sa Caloocan. Ang asawa niya po ay nagtatrabaho bilang kontraktual sa Shaw Boulevard at kumikita ng 484 pesos sa isang araw. Tingnan natin yung kanyang pinagkakagastusan. Ang pamasahe balikan ng asawa niya ay nagkakahalaga ng 150 pesos. Ang tatlong kain ng asawa niya sa kantina ay umaabot ng 195 pesos. Ang gastos nila sa pagkain sa bahay ay 100 pesos. Ang baon ng tatlong anak nila ay 50 pesos. Ang tubig at kuryente ay 20 pesos, 20. Sa isang araw, kung susumahin, gumagastos sila ng 515 pesos. At ito ay tipid na. Ang mga anak nila ay naglalakad lang, walang service. 515 itapat sa 484, liability pa po yun. Paano nila mababayaran ang sinasabi nating napakaliit na 200 kada buwan na amortisasyon? Ito ay in-city relocation. Paano pa yung nasa Bocaue, Bulacan? Halimbawa, tapos sa Quezon City, nagtatrabaho, di ba? Magkano yon? 120 na kagad pesos ang one-way na pamasahe. Sa kahit saang anggulo tingnan, talo ang mga maralita, talo ang ng ilang ulit. Una ay ang paalisin sila sa tinitira nila dahil relocatis nga sila, lugar na kung saan sila kumukuha ng ikabubuhay. Pangalawa, sapilitan silang ilipat palayo. Binigyan nga ng pabahay, hindi naman nila mabayaran. Iba pang issue yung kalagayan ng mga pabahay na ito. Paano nga naman mababayaran ng maluwag ng iyong kalooban kung ikaw ay relocatee? Sa loob ng 30 years, ang isang bahay ay wala pang isang dekada sira na, tumutulo na yung bubong, umaapaw na yung Poso Negro. Minsan, ang issue pa nila ay baha sa kanilang mga lugar. Inamin naman ng GM na marami talagang mali sa nakaraang administrasyon ng NHA. At totoo sa nangyari ang mga ito bago pa siya nasa posisyon.
Opo.
Kami sa Gabriela ay magbabantay upang ang mga ito ay hindi na maulit. At patuloy na nanawagan na itaguyod ng NHA ang serbisyo at hindi negosyo kasabay ng paninindigan namin kasama ng mga maralita ng katiyakan sa paninirahan. Kaugnay din po nito, hinihiling namin sa NHA ang isang dialogo kasama ang mga relocatees. Nagpaabot na po kami ng sulat sa tanggapan ng ating bagong GM, matagal na pong kumakatok ang mga relocatees sa nakaraang mga administrasyon, pero sa tingin nila, sila ay hindi naririnig. Kaya umaasa po ang mga relocatees sa kasalukuyang administrasyon na mapakinggan ang kanilang tinig, matingnan ang kanilang kalagayan, at mabigyan ng kagyat na aksyon ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the honorable representative from the Kabayan Party List, Harry Roque, for his interpellation. I so move, Your Honor.
The Honorable Harry Roque is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Mr. Speaker, I premise my line of interpellation on the fact that housing is a human right. It is provided in the International Economic Covenant on Economic Social Rights, and the obligation of the state is to take all progressive steps in order to realize this right to housing. My first question, Mr. Speaker, is, considering the nature of state obligation to take all necessary steps to provide housing to our citizens, what is the total percentage of the current total budget allotted for this year for socialized housing? This is the combined the budget of the NHA and the amount of financing that is available to the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation and the Social Housing Mortgage and Finance Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. It is less than 1%.
Now,
less than 0.4. Less than. I stand correct. Let me correct myself, Mr. Speaker. It is 0.4%
now,
of
with
the
a
national
measly
budget.
0.4% allotted to socialized housing, given the state obligation to take progressive steps. Mr. Speaker, may I know from the sponsor if he is of the opinion that this 0.4% of the budget is sufficient to discharge our obligation to take progressive steps for the realization of this economic right of housing?
It is not sufficient, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In fact, not only is 0.4 not sufficient, and therefore a clear evidence of a state failure to fulfill its state obligation, what is sad too is we have actually used up the amount of 50 billion established a few years ago to fast-track the building of socialized housing units. Is this not correct, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, out of the 50 billion, 32 billion po used na po. And the remaining fund is being reviewed by the DBM.
So, is it not safe to conclude, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that for the year 2017 and beyond, we have really failed in our duty to allot sufficient resources for the purpose of realizing this human right to housing?
Mr. Speaker, this representation agrees and subscribes to the observation that this current budget is very, very small, honestly. But I think with my meetings and my discussions with the National Shelter Program, I think it's important to know that with this budget that we have now in the NEP, we can immediately address the housing needs of those affected by calamities in order that the situation and living condition of people may be normalized and will be able to help the families living in unacceptable and unsuitable housing units. At the proper time, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I would like to reiterate that this representation as the sponsor of the budget of our housing agencies will readily accept and support and actually push for any proposed amendments to augment the funds of the housing agencies to address the current need of our people for affordable housing.
I am happy to hear that because that is my intention at the right time to ensure that the state is not in breach of its obligation as far as the right to housing is concerned. But before I end, two parochial concerns. May I know from the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, if the housing agencies will proceed with the clearing of areas in the perimeter of railways southbound in the province of Laguna?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, may I also know from the sponsor, Mr. Speaker, why it is that in the city of Muntinlupa, and I was a resident of Muntinlupa for more than 20 years, why is it that the residents who were relocated from the railroad areas were relocated in a site, and although they were given respective spaces to build their homes, they have not been awarded title to their land. They have only been given usufruct.
Can I request for a 1-minute suspension, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, it is true na usufruct pa rin po, but now they're in the process of exploring the possibility of awarding it to the people themselves.
Mr. Speaker, I asked this question because I campaigned in that neighborhood not once but twice. And in both instances, I promised them that as a human rights advocate, we will push, if given the mandate to serve in Congress, to realize the dreams of these individuals to own and have title to the land that they are possessing right now. My question is, how soon will their dreams of owning the respective land area be achieved, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, may I request for a 1-minute suspension, please?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, may I be recognized?
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we have a commitment from the new General Manager of NHA, Sir June Escalada, that by 2017, you will be able to address your concern.
Yes, just for the record, Your Honor, may I ask from the sponsor the name of the area involved again?
Mr. Speaker, it's Southville 3.
That is correct. That is the area where I was twice during the campaign period, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have been given this reply. I will return to Southville 3 with the good news that in 2017, their long-desired dream of owning their land may in fact happen. Now, Mr. Speaker, I end my interpellation with an appeal that housing is not just a state obligation that must be fulfilled. Public housing and socialized housing can also be the economic stimulus that we require for economic development. This was certainly the lesson that we learned from our neighboring countries, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore. They poured tremendous public resources to public housing, not only because it is a state obligation, but because they know that when we invest in public housing, there will be jobs for carpenters, for manufacturers, and so on and so forth. So it is in this light, Mr. Speaker, that I have the honor to move that we terminate deliberations on the budget of the following housing agencies: Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, National Housing Authority, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, and the Social Housing Finance Corporation. And this is a motion on behalf of the minority.
On behalf of the majority, can we ask for a few minutes of suspension? So move, Your Honor.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the consideration of the following budgets of the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, the National Housing Authority, the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, and the Social Housing Finance Corporation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the suspension of House Bill number 3408 or the 2017 General Appropriations Bill. I so move, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call for a roll.
Secretary General is directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members, honorable representatives. Abad. Abaya. Abayon. Abellanosa. Abu. Abueg. Acharon. Akop. Acosta. Acosta Alba. Adjong. Advincula. Agaraw. Agabaw. Aglibay Villar. Akbar. Albano. Alcala. Alejano. Almario. Almonte. Alonte Nagiat. Alvarez Franz. Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Andaya, Angara Castillo, Antonino, Antonio, Aragones, Arbison, Arcillas, Arenas, Atienza, Aumentado, Bagaw, Bagaching, Bagilat, Banal, Barbers, Barsaga, Batawin, Batucabe, Bautista Bandigan, Bilaro, Belmonte Feliciano, Belmonte Jose Christopher, Belmonte Ricardo, Benitez, Bernos, Bertis, Biason, Billones, Biron, Bulilia, Bundok, Bordado, Bravo Anthony, Bravo Maravida, Brosas, Bulot Bigtang, Gagas, Calderon, Calixto Rubiano, Caminero, Campos, Canama, Cari, Casilaw, Castelo, Caso France, Caso Fredinil, Catamco, Cayetano, Celeste, Serafica, Cerilles, Chavez, Chipego, Co, Cubanco, Juliantes, Cortés, Cortuna, Cosalán, Crisólogo, Cuba, Cuaresma, Cueva, Dalipe, Dalog, Dasa, De Jesus, De Venecia, De Vera, Defensor, Del Mar, Del Rosario, De Losa Montalia, Dimaporo Abdullah, Dimaporo Khalid, Duavit, Durano, D. Elago, Enverga, Erice, Erigel, Ermita Boain, Escudero, Espina, Espino, Estrella, Eusebio, Evardone, Fariñas, Fernando, Ferrer Juliet, Ferrer Luis, Ferriol, Floirendo, Flores, Fortun, Fortuno, Fentebelia, Garbin, Garcia Gwendolyn, Garcia Jose, Garcia Albano, Garin Richard, Garin Sharon, Gasataya, Gachalian, Heron, Goana Cristina, Go Mark, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Fernando, Goriseta, Gullias, Hernandez, Herrera D, Hofer, Alusos, Javier, Ko, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagman, Laugan, Lasatin, Liachon, Lee, Lim Kay Chong, Lubrigat, Lopez Benhur, Lopez Carlo, Lopez Manuel, Loyola, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Manalo, Mangawang, Magudodato Suarto, Magudodato Sajid, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Matugas, Miliana, Mending, Mercado, Mirasol, Montoro, Nava, Nieto, Noel, Nograles Jericho, Nograles Carlo, Nolasco, Núñez Malañaon, Uaminal, Ocampo, Olivares, Ong Edwin, Ong Henry, Ortega Pablo, Ortega Vini, Pacquiao, Paduano, Palma, Pancho, Panganiban, Panotes, Papandayan, Pichay, Pimentel, Pineda, Plaza, Primicia Sagabas, Kimbo, Radasa, Ramirez Sato, Ramos, Relampagos, Revilla, Roapuno, Robes, Rocamora, Rodriguez Isidro, Rodriguez Maximo, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Romualdo, Roque Hari, Roque Rogelio, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sahali, Salceda, Salimbangon, Salo, Salon, Sambar, Sandoval, Santos Recto, Sarmiento Cesar, Sarmiento Edgar, Sevillano, Sema, Xiao, Silverio, Singson, Swansing Estrelita, Swansing Horacio, Suarez, Si Alvarado, Tambunting, Tan Angelina, Tan Milagrosa, Tan Shirley, Tijada, Teves, Chanco, Ting, Tiño, Tolentino, Treñas, Tugna, Tupas, Turabi Nataman, Ti, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Unico, Uy Juliet, Uy Rolando, Uy Beretta, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Vilarde, Velasco, Velasco Catera, Viloso, Vergara, Villapuerte, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villarin, Villago, Yap Arthur, Yap Melesio, Yap Victor, Yu, Zamora Maracamen, Zamora Ronaldo, Sarate, Subiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 156 members responded to the call.
With 156 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider House Bill number 3408. So move, Your Honor.
There's a motion to reconsider.
Resume consideration,
To
Your
resume
Honor,
consideration
of House Bill number 3408, or the 2017 General Appropriations Bill. I so move, Your Honor.
Is it Any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration. Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume consideration of the budgets of the following agencies.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume the budgets of the following, resume consideration of the budgets of the following agencies: the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, the Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, the National Housing Authority, the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, and the Social Housing Finance Corporation. And for this purpose, we recognize the Honorable Vice Chairman of Alfred Vargas. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Representative,
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative from the 3rd District of Quezon, Minority Leader Danilo Suarez, for his interpellation.
the Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Danny Suarez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority interposed no more question on the proposed budget for the following agency: Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, National Housing Authority, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, Social Housing Finance Corporation. We would like to terminate, in behalf of the minority, any interpolation on the proposed budget of these 5 offices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation of the budget of the following agencies: Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, the National Housing Authority, the National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, and the Social Housing Finance Corporation. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of interpellations, sponsorship interpellations for the budget of the Housing and Urban Development Coordinating Council, Housing and Land Use Regulatory Board, National Housing Authority, National Home Mortgage Finance Corporation, Social Housing Finance Corporation. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the budget of the Office of the Vice President, and for that recognize the Honorable Vice Chairman Alfred Vargas. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Vargas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I change the motion. I move to recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Carlo Nograles. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Carlo Nograles is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. We have the proposed obligation budget of the Office of the Vice President for fiscal year 2017 in the amount of 433.547 million. And we are ready to answer any questions by the members of the House of Representatives.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative from the 3rd District of Quezon, Minority Leader Danilo Suarez, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Danilo Suarez, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished chair of APRO yield to some minor clarificatory question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it will be my honor and privilege.
Is the distinguished Vice President, our honored guest today, comfortable with the proposed budget for 2017?
Yes, she is, Mr. Speaker.
In behalf of the minority, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, we don't have any more question to raise on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President. I so move.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Office of the Vice President. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and interpellations for the budget of the Office of the Vice President. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend the House Bill number 3408, suspend consideration of House Bill number 3408. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session until 1 p.m. today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Session is suspended until 1 in the afternoon today.
Kakaiba lang tayo sa transportation. Ang pinakamalaki sa transport si Tawi-Tawi. Ang pinakamataas na kita ko na si Tawi-Tawi. Kasi airfare niya. Ako, lesser. Basta ang 320, nakita ko si Tawi-Tawi. Siyang pinaka-high. Sa transportation. Kasi siya Hindi, yung pinag-usapan, kasi yung transportation allowance ng dito sa NCR compared to sa Mindanao, konti lang, 30,000 na difference at 20. No? Pero if you go home, that's why. Pareho tayo. Pero yung airfare, dati pa daw.
May gasolina din kami. Ganun din. Kahit dito pa kami, kahit dito lang kami na kami mga...
Ang dami pa ni kong
We have
bahay.
may mga housing pa kami.
Mas maraming gasolina.
Ako, mura lang akin kasi yung sasakyan ko diesel lang, pero sige, tita. Wala na talaga. So there's no possibility na talaga kasi fixed na yun sa regarding sa transpo and all. So yung nangyari, yung mga transportation niya,
Meron ikaw, kailan ang movie natin?
Kaya mas malaki yung Mindanao. Kaya pala mas lower yung akin kesa
Bakit
dyan.
magkano siya akin? 280.
Ganon din na, 270 plus na akin, 279. So sa period.
Gusto mo tumira naman?
Huwag na. Magdodoble pa. Ay, doon ba ako pa? Sa bahay mo na lang para wala akong bayad. Okay lang. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Para lang clarify.
Kasi di rin namin alam yung... Although there's a breakdown in the slip, yung slip sa pag-ano, pero mas maganda na yung galing sa kanya. At alam ko, kasi yung mga nagtatao, may kasabay kami. Sabi ako, 200 plus sa rin siya, 300 yung kanya. Ano na yun? The fare. So they didn't consider the fare
Tin, baka yung DFA yung ating i-consider ngayon. Punta ka dito, tingnan mo nga kung sino sa DFA ang pwede natin makausap. Meron tayong tinutulungan yung Trajinal. Oo, nandun siya sa embassy ng Philippine Embassy. Gusto na umuwi dito. Taga Palawan kasi yun. I don't know. Magtanong ka dito sa committee. Makilala ka ba sa committee ng APRO? Kung sino pwede kausapin. Siyempre stop kita dito. Ituro mo ko sa kanila. Magtanong ka sa committee on APRO. Pakilala mo sa staff din. Kung sino pwede kausapin. Tinutulungan natin kababayan natin. Sige, thank you. Okay. Oo. Kumain ako mabilis eh. Ako, makabalik. Hindi, okay lang. Mahirap naman late on your first time. Mahirap mahuli. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 3408, and for that purpose, could the Secretary General read the title of said measure? So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 3408, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2017, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, our parliamentary status, we are in the period of sponsorship and debate regarding House Bill number 3408, and I move that we take up the budget of the Climate Change Commission. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
For the purpose of the defense of the budget of the Climate Change Commission, I move that we recognize our Honorable Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Cora Malanyaon. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Honorable Malanyaon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a few minutes suspension for a chance for the technical staff and sponsor to arrange themselves. So move,
Session
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May tanong ba dyan?
Huh? What do you think? Is it better? Okay, thank you. climate change? Huh? DENR siguro. Yeah, just waiting for the...
Kita, I'll just wait for the officers.
Wala pa sila.
Aywan ko kayo siguro ready.
At the same time, Sir Tony is also calling
Sa DENR ba marami? Chairman? Marami ba tayo sa climate change?
Pangalan niya? Ano pangalan?
First, tama ko yun. Ito, climate change.
Mr. Climate Change yourself, in person, all the time.
Ako na nga, malaya.
No change sa nanonood. Isa lang. Kayo daw yung tao na yan, pinapagit ko yung 300 Mrs. ka, kaya kita. At sa mga sa office para bigyan sila ng copy. Nandun yung storya eh. Sige na.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our guests from the Climate Change Commission, Secretary Emmanuel de Guzman, Commissioner Noel Antonio Garlan, Commissioner Frances Veronica Victorio, Assistant Secretary Romel Antonio Cuenca, the Deputy Executive Director of the Climate Change Commission.
To the named guests, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Joey Salceda of the 2nd District of Albay will be sponsoring the budget of the Climate Change Commission. I move for his recognition, Your Honor.
The Honorable Salceda is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, ready to answer questions.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize a representative from the party list Co-op NATCO, Representative Anthony Bravo, for his interpolation. So move, Your Honor.
Honorable Bravo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished colleague, sponsor, yield to some interpolation to this from this
Yes,
humble
Your Honor.
representation?
To our fellow Bicolano, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. How much is the proposed budget for the Climate Change Commission for 2017?
87 million, Your Honor. 87 million, Your Honor.
87
Million. 86.361, Your Honor. I rounded it off.
billion.
Million.
Million.
M.
And how much was the 2016 budget?
237,952 million, Your Honor. 238 million. Your
Billion.
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, what
Yes,
has the Climate Change Commission done with the People's Survival Fund amounting to 2 billion?
Actually, Your Honor, now the People's Survival Fund is now about 1 billion and then another 1 billion. So it's, the balance stands at 2 billion. Actually, it's going through a lot of what you might call a lot of consultations with the affected stakeholders. But definitely, Your Honor, there are plans in terms of its utilization. In short, Your Honor, it's still complete.
Can we be furnished? Can this humble representation be furnished with details of that?
It's still 2 billion, Your Honor.
Next question, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague. I have read the article of Tulfo about which is Executive Director Emmanuel de Guzman goes around with 14 bodyguards and travels for 2 months abroad with his family when he was has a commission to run. Is this true?
That's not true, Your Honor. Actually, I already conferred with him, and I know him personally, Your Honor, because he's a well-known official of the World Meteorological Organization in Geneva, and probably one of the most distinguished in this line of domain of expertise, Your Honor. And I could very well tell you and assure you, Your Honor, that there's no such thing. What he has are 2 contracted personnel who serves as his aides, who you call bodyguards, but no bodyguards from PSPO. As the PMP records, which, Your Honor, there are no PSPO assigned to him, Your Honor. There are only 2 aides contracted
that will essentially support, Your Honor, his own physical safety, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, completely you deny that this has, news that has been made to public is not true.
Your Honor, it simply means, Your Honor, we're trying to correct the accuracy, Your Honor, of certain numerical assertions. One, there are no 14, there are only 2. And second, Your Honor, the last time we went around and went out of the country is for the, where I was also present, Your Honor, is the signing of the Paris Agreement in Paris last December, Your Honor. So in that sense, Your Honor, it may have been colorfully described, Your Honor, if that is the least, the best that we can say, Your Honor, about those allegations.
Thank you very much for that clarification. And next question is, because so we received reports that prior to the Duterte administration, there were many troubles made by the Commission on Climate Change, often resulting in a sorry waste of taxpayers' money. That's why I'm pointing this out, because, you know, it's people's money that is being used for, as made to public, it's the people's money that's being used for the travel.
I understand, Your Honor, the basis for your concern, and I think it is legitimate, that they must account for that money, Your Honor.
So the same I would like to request for a summary report relative to that issue, so that it will be cleared also.
With respect, Your Honor, to the utilization of the 2 billion People's Survival Fund, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor, we will submit that within the day, Your Honor.
Thank you for that assurance that you are going to submit the report. Corollary to the previous question that I propounded, is it true that the Vice Chair of the Climate Change Commission canceled Climate Change Commission MOA with the Philippine Airlines and appointed a proper travel agency of the Vice Chair?
May I check that, Your Honor, with...
Can you please
yes, Your
confirm
Honor.
if it is true or not?
Yes, Your Honor. Because in this day and age, Your Honor, there's stiff competition in the airline business, Your Honor. There was before, how would you call it? It cannot be a MOA, Your Honor. It must be a contract with PAL for the traveling requirements of the Climate Change Commission. Certainly because, Your Honor, of our participation, and in fact, the leadership of the Philippines were recognized in the world with respect to climate change. But, Your Honor, the status is they look for other agencies where the prices are cheaper, Your Honor. So in that sense, Your Honor, you're correct, but I don't know whether it is a MOA. It was a contract, Your Honor, but they are studying again, returning to PAL apparently because the pricing of PAL has... Who did not renew? I'm sorry, Your Honor, to be exact, PAL provided a credit line for the Climate Change Commission, which was not renewed.
How much? I'm asking this, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
The credit line, Your Honor, is 500,000, Your Honor.
500,000?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm asking this because we understand that these people travel agencies charges 200,000 for a round trip, economy trip to Europe, whereas purchased directly from airline only amount to 70,000. If that's the report that reached this representation.
Your Honor, the status is, or the correct, what happened, Your Honor, is that the travel orders sometimes come in very late, and therefore they're compelled to buy tickets at market rates, and because of the duty, they have to, because of the duty we have imposed on them to represent the Philippines. But most of these credit line, anyway, Your Honor, are for local requirements with respect to the PAL. Sorry. But the travel authority, because they are actually an office attached to the Office of the President.
Along that line, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor,
yes, Your Honor,
may this humble representation also request for a full disclosure of that particular issue.
Very well, Your Honor. But, Your Honor, it may take time because those records are not here, Your Honor. But with respect to the utilization of the 2 billion people's survival, which has not been used, Your Honor, definitely we can issue certification with respect to its status.
So, Mr. Speaker,
you can give us 1 week, Your Honor?
1 week, and you are assuring that a report
Yes, Your Honor. All the record with respect to the travel or the travel expenditures, Your Honor, of the Climate Change Commission, Your Honor.
Thank you for that assurance, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Finally, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like also to request for the Administration Division to submit all the communication pertaining to the climate change plan.
The National Climate Plan, Your Honor, there are several levels, Your Honor. There are local climate change action plans. There are, so which in particular, Your Honor? All plans, Your Honor.
The previous plan and the succeeding plan. Because we know that
to be exact, Your Honor, talking about the National Climate Action Plan, Your Honor, of 2017. And,
thank you.
And available ba 20? Meron ba kayong 2017?
Ano siya, may existing plan. Until what?
Ilan? Anong coverage?
2010? Up to 2030.
Your Honor, our existing plan is up to 2030, Your Honor. So we will submit that, Your Honor. No, I don't know. When can we submit?
As soon within next week, Monday?
By Monday, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you.
That's all. I rest my case.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Your Honor, I move to recognize the representative from One Sagip Party List, Rodante Marcoleta, for his interpellation. So move, Your Honors.
Honorable Marcoleta is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Honorable Sponsor.
Yes. Good afternoon, my neighbor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I know that the Honorable Sponsor would easily agree with these premises that based on the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, disasters from 1990 to 2006 cost 20 billion a year, or about 0.5% of our country's gross domestic product.
That's correct, Your Honor. 0.051, Your Honor.
Thank you. Damage to properties average about 4.6 billion in the past 30 years.
That's right, Your Honor.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the sponsor is not unaware of the disasters or the effects of disasters in his own province when he served as the governor of Albay.
Even when I was Congressman, Your Honor, I fight climate change every day.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, it was him who said that Albay is the Vatican of disasters.
But we are also the capital of climate change adaptation, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sponsor, Your Honor. And of course, of the 10 cities in the world most exposed to natural hazards, 8 are in the Philippines. Of the 100 cities with greatest exposure to natural hazards, 21 are in our country. That was the report made to us, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
I remember that report, Your Honor.
And given all these facts and admissions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, do you think the budget allotted for climate change, either mitigation, preparation, adaptation, and anything that relates to climate change is enough to address the potential damages that climate change will have in our country?
It is significant already, Your Honor, but it's not enough. As you can see, Your Honor, if you allow this tagging of budgets, because we have adopted whole-of-budget approach, like, for example, Your Honor, when you build better drainage canal, that is considered as climate change adaptation, Your Honor. It reduces the risk to life as well as to livelihoods, Your Honor. And therefore, Your Honor, it is small with respect to the budget of Climate Change Commission, with respect to its performance of its mission, that it needs to build capacity or capacity building among all local governments so they can prepare their own local climate change action plans. In that sense, Your Honor, yes, it is insufficient, Your Honor.
So it is insufficient. And given the fact that this is a problem that will probably be in the minds of our leaders for the next few years, the budget of 210,406, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is, I think, a pittance.
A pity, Your Honor.
When we relate it to the magnitude of disasters that it can probably wrought in
That's
this
correct,
country.
Your Honor.
So if it is not enough, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it is incumbent upon us to do something about this, because we believe that human activities, practically all human activities, are affected by disasters, more specifically those that are done outside or outdoors.
Yes, Your Honor, we will willingly the Climate Change Commission will willingly accept all help that could, especially from this Congress, with respect to its performance of duty, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, right from the person who has a lot of experience about climate change, flooding, lava flows, storms, typhoons, and all things, you ask it, and Albay has it. What can the sponsor now tell us about the unlimited budget? What can we do in order that we can sufficiently meet the potentials of climate change in this country?
I think, Your Honor, if we're talking about what should be prioritized, it's really helping the local governments comply with the requirements of our laws, which is really to prepare their own local climate change action plans with respect to mitigation as well as to adaptation. As you say, Your Honor, a lot of our LGUs, let's say at least 1,500, Your Honor, I think what may be done is really to provide at least 1 million for capacity building for all these LGUs so they can complete their compliance in terms of the local climate change action plans, Your Honor. In short, it's about 1.5 billion. But definitely, Your Honor, the appropriate time, we will willingly consider any effort from this House concerted in order to boost the capacity of the Climate Change Commission in confronting as well as in responding effectively to climate change.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, it's good that you said about added capacities of the LGUs, because I think, given the fact that they are in the forefront of these calamities that regularly visit our country, I think they should be given enough support. As you know, that the Philippines loses as much as 1.1% of our GDP each year to disasters, higher than the estimated 0.6% of our IPEC countries. Do you admit that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor?
Can you repeat the numbers, Your Honor?
It's about 1.1% of our GDP each year. That is the effect of disasters in our country. And if you compare it with the 0.6 percentage in our neighbors, the effect is too much for us.
Yes, Your Honor, it definitely reduces our growth potential, Your Honor, and it increases the number of poor people, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to have stated all these facts and for us to recognize the problem that faces our country.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Sponsor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative from Buhay Party List, Congressman Lito Atienza, for his interpolation. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Atienza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. And thank you for allowing us to meet the gentleman from Albay.
Same here.
May I ask a question first before we start the dialogue? Ang nakita ko po sa ating schedule, dapat si Congresswoman Malanyao ng magdedepensa ng budget ng
Yes, Your
climate
Honor.
change. Now I see a good-looking gentleman before me.
She's my friend, and definitely, Your Honor, it's really because we wanted to enhance the, because of the experience, as well as, of course, my background, having been the first Asian chairman of the Green Climate Fund, which is the principal financing mechanism of the United Nations Framework for Climate Change Convention. In an effort, Your Honor, it's an effort on my part in order to, the discussion will be fruitful, and therefore we can move forward the agenda of the country with respect to climate change.
We welcome, Mr. Speaker, the change in the cast and Manny Pacquiao coming to the forefront. Manny Pacquiao of the climate change situation in the country, having been a governor himself and having been very active in getting the national attention focused on our situation as a climate change possible, or rather, victim now. Siya po ay gumawa ng mga hakbang sa kanyang kakayahan bilang gobernador upang ang ating bansa, lalo na yung kanyang probinsya, ay mailigtas sa maaaring malaking mga sakuna na maging bunga ng ating kapabayaan. So I would like to ask the gentleman, Mr. Speaker, the Climate Change Commission today, as it is now set up, would the gentleman describe it in a better condition than in the past administration or in a similar situation?
I would say, Your Honor, that it is in a fighting capacity, Your Honor. It probably would be on the second title of Manny Pacquiao, out of the 8, Your Honor. In short, Your Honor, it is still, it is growing and evolving as an organism with respect to its role in national development. So in short, Your Honor, it is going through a transition simply because, one, we have a transition in administration. Second, Your Honor, their budgets were cut, and therefore, Your Honor, in that sense, it's lower. But, Your Honor, I would still say by the quality of people we have in the Climate Change Commission, it is in a fighting capacity.
I ask this very basic question, Mr. Speaker, because in the past administration, they did not give much importance nor relevance to the functions of this commission, to the point where I don't think the chairman, who is the president, am I right in my assumption?
That's correct, Your Honor. The president is the chairman.
The president of the Philippines, who is supposed to be the chairman of the commission, has not met, or if he did meet, probably once in 6 years.
Twice, Your Honor.
Twice.
That's right.
Twice in 6 years. Is that giving it any importance nor relevance in his administration? I would say not. Kung hindi po ninyo mini-meeting ang komisyon, ay wala po kayong wastong pagpapahalaga Mabuti pa siguro yung mga ibang mga maliliit na mga tanggapan ay nakakapulong ng Pangulo noon. Hindi miniting, kundi 2 beses lang. At nung tayo nag-uusap ng budget ng climate change ng mga panahong yon, dito po sa 16th Congress, yung po naging napakalaking kakulangan ng mga nagpapatakbo ng komisyon sapagkat inamin nila sa aking pagtatanong kung nakakausap nila ang Pangulo ng Bansa, who is the chairman. And they admitted to me, noong panahong yon, minsan lang. Ngayon, 2 beses pala.
Yes, sir.
We're willing to accept the 100% improvement of the past president being chairman. But today, we have a president who has initially said that he would not honor the Paris agreement on the adjusted climate change principles or plan of action, as you call it. Palagay ba niyo, mimitingin kayo ng Pangulong Duterte o pababayaan na lamang ang komisyon magtrabaho on their own?
I am stopped by my own personal position on that, Your Honor. But I guess, Your Honor, that the Climate Change Commission, as it's constituted, as the official representative of the Philippines to the Conference of Parties, Your Honor, will seek. Because as of now, Your Honor, we probably have reached already the threshold of 55% of total emissions have already signed on. But all of them have signed on, the US have signed on, but it is a executive treaty. India, China, and I guess what's remaining is the EU. China signed with a lot of reservation, caveats, provided they are funded. India, the same. They said, we ratify the treaty with caveat, Your Honor. In that sense, Your Honor, I think, Your Honor, there is that ample policy space for us to recommend to the President to change his mind, that we can sign and ratify and partake of the benefits of the global agreement to reduce emission, as well as adapt to the impacts of climate change with caveats, Your Honor. In short, they call it caveats. In other words, you ratify with caveat, Your Honor.
We accept the assurances of the gentleman from Albay, coming from him, that he is most convinced of the climate change research and climate change projections, which put the Philippine Islands in the direct path of whatever is going to happen to the planet Earth. But we need to convince the President that how you feel and how we feel and how the world now feels, tama yun. Para po naman wag tayong magmatigas na I will not honor the agreements in Paris because yan ay para gawa lang ng mga mayayamang bansa. Yun po narinig ko And that worried me. I said, kung yung nakaraang Climate Change Commission hindi naging masyadong epektibo, lalo na ito magiging climate change ngayon. Yes, Commission, rather. Baka hindi pagbibigyan ng pagkakataong makapagtrabaho ito. And by the way, how do they make decisions in the Commission? Is this being run if the President is not present, the President is not interested, but it's already a created commission with a definitive mandated function? How do they function? Are they making decisions on their own, collegially, or is it being led by any single person? How do they make the decisions in this commission?
It's like NEDA, Your Honor. NEDA has its own executive director, but the chairman of NEDA is actually the president. So in short, Your Honor, there is a secretariat, the people behind me, and they regularly meet. And actually, Your Honor, the basis for decisions of the commission is science-based, Your Honor. In short, Your Honor, they consult scientists and they consult the affected, vulnerable communities. And Your Honor, once a certain position has been taken, there is clearance from the President with respect, for example, to the negotiating position we bring to the Conference of Parties for this year. It's in Marrakesh, Morocco, Your Honor.
So what the gentleman from Albay is saying is that decisions are made, or rather recommendations are made by the Commission. Am I right to assume that? But who in particular in the Commission makes the recommendation or the decision to recommend at all? Ito po ba ay ginagawa lang ng isang tao o meron po silang sistema where every member of the Commission is given a chance to participate?
Yes. Actually, Your Honor, all the resolutions are sent to the President for his signature.
I ask this question, Mr. Speaker, simply because I consider the setup of the Commission as very critical to its functions.
That's right.
Hindi po pwede po ito'y pamunuan ng isang tao kung ang ating binuo ay isang komisyon. Ang kailangan po ay meron pong contribution ng ilan po ba miyembro ng komisyon?
There are 3 commissioners and 4, including the presidents, but the members of the commission are yung maraming secretaries ka, di ba? There's 1 vice chair and 2 commissioners and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, including, I don't know why there's no representative from Congress, but anong letter Z? Virtually 26.
Ilan po?
26 po ang nasa commission per se, but what we have are ang members po ng ito. The commission shall be composed of the President, 3 commissioners, and the commission shall have the following advisory board composed of almost 20, letter Z plus AA, so 27 members, Your Honor.
So 27 members in the commission?
Advisory board, Your Honor.
Ilan po yung mga commissioners na who are officially recognized as such?
3 po.
3?
Opo.
Yung po bang 3 yun ay nagpa-participate o sila po'y naisasantabi na lamang at nanonood from the inside?
Hindi naman po. 3, it's very clear.
Sino po ba? Nandito po ba yung 3
Nandito po yung
commissioners?
vice chair. Nandito po yung isang
Ako po'y
commissioner.
nagtatanong sapagkat sa aking naririnig ay parang wala ring functional relationship sa loob ng commission, and we have a president who's not seemingly totally committed to the task at hand, and we have a commission that is not performing as a commission, may problema tayong malaki. The gentleman from Albay, I'm sure, will agree that our country, our islands, our archipelago, is now feeling the initial impact of what we have been warned since, a decade and a half ago, or 20 years ago.
Yes, Your Honor. We are the most significant country.
Yung Typhoon Ondoy, Typhoon Yolanda, ito pong mga ipo-ipo na bumibisita po hindi lang sa dagat.
Pati na po
For the
yung
first
region
time in my Manila residence, and I was born in Manila, and I grew up in Manila, and I led Manila for 9 years, hindi po kami nabisita ng ipo-ipo. Ito po yung umiikot na, ano po bang tawag doon? Alam po ba ng ating kagalang-galang?
Tornado po, Your Honor.
Tornado. Di po ba ang tornado hindi bibihirang bumisita sa inland?
Pati sa Bicol meron na.
Pero ngayon, bumibisita na.
Opo.
At para bagang may hinahanap sa loob ng mga lungsod. Siguro hinahanap po yung mga nagpapabayang mga opisyal. Dahil nagtataka kami, pumasok po sa kalagitnaan ng Sampaloc District, isang ipo-ipo. Ang dami pong sinira na mga bahay. Pumasok sa 2nd District, sa 3rd District rather, ganun din po, ang daming sinirang bahay. So therefore, climate change with its full destruction capacity is already here in our midst.
Yes,
so therefore, there is no room for us to dilly-dally. As you said, India, China, the United States have already changed their position.
That's right, Your Honor.
From an earlier uninvolvement, uninterested stance and refusing to sign any world accord and plan of action now have already signified their full intentions to be part of the solution since they are the biggest polluters of the world. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po.
Tayo po naman sa Pilipinas, dapat magsikap na tayo'y gumanap din ng ating tungkulin.
Tama po.
Magaganap natin yan, magagawa natin yan. Kung yung maliit na komisyon, na maliit naman ang pondo, magkano po ba ang pondo ngayon ng Climate Change Commission? Start with.
86.3 million, Your Honor.
26?
86.3 million, Your Honor.
Million?
Yes, Your Honor.
86 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
Pwede po bang bigyan natin sila ng mas malaking pondo?
I think, Your Honor, at the appropriate time, we will most welcome the support of the minority in boosting the capacity of the Climate Change Commission.
And we will support any effort to
Yes, sir.
improve the financial capacity of the Commission because as we see it, wala silang masyadong magagawa, kundi magkwentuhan na lang siguro pagka meron silang meeting. Dahil wala pong programa na tatakbo sa ating bansa, if you talk about reaching out to the LGUs. I heard the gentleman say, we have to reach out to the LGUs.
Opo.
Eh, paano po sila magre-reach out kung wala silang pondo?
Yun nga po. Yun ang pinaka number one na siguro kung tatanungin ano wala dito sa budget na to, ang masasabi ko po, wala pong budget dyan kasi marami pong LGUs hindi nagko-comply sa pag-prepare po ng Local Climate Change Action Plan. So, pag ganun po, wala tayong nasusubmit para po doon sa mga pwedeng tumulong sa Pilipinas para atin pong harapin ang epekto ng climate change at para po hindi tayo makapagdagdag sa problema in terms of emission, Your Honor.
And may we take the opportunity of asking the Commission now on what action have they taken to address the very serious contribution, no matter how small it is in the world context, but it is one of the most significant contributions of the Philippines to the problem of the world in matters of climate change, and that is the open garbage dumps that are all over the country now. They are still open, they're still operating, and they're contributing what we call as the noxious gas, methane gas, which pollute the earth, the atmosphere.
Yes, Your Honor.
Which, according to the scientists, is the primary contribution of the Philippines in our worldwide problem of pollution, which is one of the main elements of climate change.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po ba ang kanilang rekomendasyon? Sapagkat tuloy-tuloy po ang mga open dumps sa iba't ibang
Your
probinsya.
Honor, they have to work with the DNR in terms of because there's a very specific law, which is the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act or Republic Act 9003, Your Honor, and they work with, because the Commission is essentially a policy-making body and a resource mobilizing body, and therefore, Your Honor, in that sense, Your Honor, they try to remind, for example, the DNR with respect to their compliance with the law of Republic Act 9003, Your Honor.
Maganda po yung sinabi ni Ginoong kagalang-galang sponsor sapagkat alam niya yung dapat ginagawa. Pero ito po ba ay na ibibigay ng komisyon effectively to the local government units that they have to do something about their open dumping system, which is one of the main problems of everyone. Basta meron pong open dump na nag-ooperate.
Opo,
Apektado po yung ating buong kapuluan. Hanggat merong matigas ng ulong mayor or governor, meron po tayong problema. So, they have to be more active along this line.
Opo,
Kung wala man silang pondo, idemanda na lang nila yung mga LGU na talagang matigas ang ulo, hindi gumagalaw. Sapagkat kung wala pong gagalaw, wala pong pagbabago. Attend tayo ng attend sa mga climate change conferences at palagi naman lumalabas yung datang yun, wala po naman pagbabagong nagaganap. Sapagkat umikot tayo ngayon sa Pilipinas, puro open dump pa rin makikita natin.
Nakademanda na po, Your Honor, yung unang batch sa ombudsman. In fact, doon po sa aming probinsya, may mga napabilang po. At ang ginagawa po natin ngayon ay tinutulungan natin na makapag-comply sila doon po sa batas. Dahil kuminsan po kakulangan sa dami po na mandato na itinapon natin sa mga LGU, kaya nahihirapan din po sila. Dahil katulad nyo po na bilang isang alkalde, nakita nyo naman siguro na kailangan kang mamili kung saan mo po ilalagay yung pera. Katulad nyo po, napaganda nyo yung turismo ng Manila, napaganda po ninyo yung itsura ng buong Metro Manila, ng siyudad ng Manila. Kaya po, may mga bagay po na inuuna. Sa ngayon po, sigurado po na dahil po dito sa mga kaso final, na magkakaroon po ng mga pagbabago ng prioridad ng ating mga LGUs na harapin ang mandato na nakasaad po sa batas. Salamat. Tinapos mo po yung
Pasensya na kayo.
interpolation.
May dumaan po magandang ginang dito sa likod ko. Nagambala po yung aking concentration.
Salamat po.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Albay is very knowledgeable on the issue of climate change. I mentioned about the non-involvement of the LGUs on the solution, and meanwhile the country now is being visited by weather phenomena and climate change disastrous effects. So we need to move faster.
Yes, Your Honor.
So therefore, the Commission, although limited in their financial capacity, must get together and confront the issue with the President. Sana wag na tayo makarinig ng mga salitang hindi ako kasali dyan. Hindi ko alam yan eh. Dahil siya ang Pangulo ng bansa. At tayo naman ay bahagi ng United Nations efforts on this matter. So it is most disheartening when one hears a statement coming from the President, no less, that the climate change conference or treaty or agreement doesn't hold as
Binulong
far
po
as
sa
he is
amin
concerned.
ng climate change ng ating po mga commissioner na gagawin nilang lahat na makapagrekomenda sa ating Pangulo na i-ratify na po ang treaty na may caveat po na para po naman yung national interest po ay ating pong madepensa.
Gaya po ng aking naipaalala, yung mga matitigas ang ulong LGUs, sampulin na ninyo. Pag meron pong nasuspinding gobernador o mayor at nakasuhan ng matindi, palagay ko ay lahat susunod na. Dahil kung hindi gagawin niya ng komisyon, sino po ang magagawa niyan? Wala pong nagbibigay paraan sa loob ng ating batas kung hindi ang Komisyon on Climate Change.
Salamat po.
Yung binanggit ninyong batas na 9003 ay pumasa nung pagkatapos lamang nung initial agreements signed by the Philippines in the climate change, United Nations Climate Change Committee. Pero hindi po ito pinatutupad at hindi po natutupad. Kaya tuloy-tuloy po naman ang pollution sa ating bansa. And we hope the materials that we read in the newspapers, and I was reading the newspaper the other day, sometime only a few days ago, na merong naghahari-hari sa loob ng komisyon na nabinanggit na ni Congressman Bravo, our colleague, which is disrupting the concentration of the nation and probably discouraging the President, if he hears about it, that ang liit-liit ng opisina, ang liit-liit ng pondo, ay meron pang hari-harian. Totoo po ba yung nabasa ko kay Montulfo?
Hindi po.
Na merong hari na merong 14 na security guard employed by the Commission?
Hindi po. May leader
Hindi po totoo yun.
Hindi po. May
Pwede
leader
po ba natin
pero wala
checkin
pong
na
hari.
Pwede po ba natin checkin ang records ng Commission kung yung 14 na security niya ay sumusweldo sa Commission?
Opo. Actually, pinangako ko na po kay Congressman Bravo.
Hindi na po ako tatawag ng congressional inquiry dyan. Palagay ko po, kausapin ko na lang isa-isa mga commissioner, malalaman ko na ang katotohanan.
Opo.
But you will agree, Mr. Speaker, that there is no place for this kind of an attitude from any public officer.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Yesterday, today, and tomorrow, we will not allow anyone to disrupt the main function of his office. Kung tayo nagtatrabaho sa gobyerno, kayo man ay congressman, mayor, governor, kailangan siniseryoso natin ang pagtulong sa solusyon ng problema at hindi yung nagpapalala pa tayo ng problema sa loob ng ating tanggapan.
Opo.
Since this matter has been brought to us by media, we will continue to monitor
Yes, Your Honor.
the doings inside the Commission as we are concerned with the functions that they are performing.
We will comply.
Sangayon po ba kayo ron?
Opo, we will comply with all the commitments
Opo.
made, Your Honor.
At pagtulong-tulungan po nating dagdagan ng pondo ng Climate Change Commission para
Yes,
po
Your
naman maging epektibo sila. Dahil kung hindi, baka nga ganun na lang mangyari dyan.
Opo, Your Honor.
Magtinginan sila sa isa't isa sapagkat wala pong capacity building na sinasabi nyo, wala po tayong maifa-file na kaso at wala po tayong aksyon na magagawa kung hindi sila bibigyan ng pondo na gagamitin ng komisyon sa kanilang trabaho.
Tama po.
Again, this is one office, Mr. Speaker, where Congress should play a role in doing something positive. Tignan natin ano nangyayari dyan at tignan natin kung paano tayo makakatulong. I join you, Mr. Speaker, the honorable gentleman from Albay, in his concerns for the nation. I worry about the Philippines, and I worry about everything that has been projected by the United Nations, no less, by the scientists of the world who have already warned the world and the nation that we are in a in the direct path of the destruction of major portions of planet Earth. Kawawa po naman tayo. Hindi pa tayo nakakatikim ng masaya at masaganang buhay sa bawat Pilipino, tayo dudurugin pa ng mga dumarating na bagyo, ipo-ipo, at mga taong hindi gumaganap ng tungkulin nila sa tamang paraan. Kailangan po natin pag-ingatan yan sapagkat dyan nakasalalay ang tagumpay ng ating panaginip. Maunlad, masaya, masaganang buhay para sa Pilipinas.
Salamat po, Your Honor.
Salamat po ng marami, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for his patience in answering our queries. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative from the 1st District of Albay, Representative Edsel Lagman, for his interpolation. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Honorable Representative Lagman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With my distinguished colleague from Albay, Mr. Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation himself yield to a series of questions.
To 3 questions, Your Honor.
Series of questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Aside from the appropriations we provide for the Climate Change Commission in the General Appropriations Act, are there foreign donations, grants, and/or loans accessed by the government or by the Commission in US dollars since its organization in 2010?
Actually po, yung nakatulong po sila sa doseng hindi naman po ganun kalakihan from ADB, from GI Sept, po yung sa Germany, World Bank. In other words, Your Honor, sila nagpa-package, pero po ang nag-i-implement po ay ang national government agencies o ang local government units, direkta pong binibigay. Lalong-lalo na po kung grants, dinediretso po sa local governments.
My question really is not the sources, but the magnitude of these dollar inflows for climate change, which have been accessed or received by the national government or the Commission itself.
1 minute, Your Honor.
1 long minute.
Actually, Your Honor, yung dumaan po sa Climate Change Commission, $11.37 million, Your Honor. Mostly from UNDP of 9.3 million, Your Honor.
So you mentioned that one source, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor is ADB. How much had been accessed or received from ADB?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you asked what was given directly to Climate Change Commission. The direct...
No, both to the national government or to the commission.
I would beg and I would beg for some time, Your Honor, to total all the, because, Your Honor, these are being, the Climate Change Commission here, the role is essentially an enabler or packager, and therefore, Your Honor, the eventual size of these packages, Your Honor, would be, we need to count them, Your Honor.
Well, I would assume that the commission came here prepared for those data.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because let us disabuse the minds of the members of this august chamber that the commission is relying solely on appropriations made by Congress, because there are other funding sources for the activities of the commission with respect to climate change adaptation and mitigation.
That would be a correct rendition, Your Honor.
So, what is the magnitude altogether since 2010 of this dollar dollar terms, which were accessed as grants, donation, or loans?
We will submit, Your Honor, a more comprehensive list with the appropriate amount, Your Honor. But right now, Your Honor, the records are not here because actually our new commissioner has just assumed.
With more reason, because they are new, they should brush up on what has happened before their incumbency.
That's right, Your Honor. And we will expeditiously comply.
Can we have that tomorrow, even it's Saturday?
Yeah, we will. Yes, Your Honor. According to the commissioner, yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. I will be in my office tomorrow. It's a Saturday. What time will this report be submitted?
Uy, anong oras? Anong oras?
This afternoon.
After this session, Your Honor.
Okay. Now,
no more, you can go to Albay.
Thank you so much for that expeditious submission, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, did I hear you right? Did I hear the distinguished sponsor right that these foreign donations and grants or loans are utilized by the national government through the commission?
As I said, Your Honor, the 11.3 million, Your Honor, are essentially grants directly to the Commission, Your Honor. And they are form of grants which are approved by the National Economic Development Authority as the principal
And these grants are given directly to the Commission, and the Congress doesn't have any participation in the appropriation of these grants.
Yung pera binibigay sa inyo, hindi dumadaan ng Congress. Di ba?
Yes, yung foreign assistance, they're managed also by the development partners. Partly managed.
Your Honor, to be more exact, the amounts that are given to the Commission are managed or spent by the development partners themselves.
By the whom?
The development partners, like UNDP, Your Honor. Mostly.
Mostly, but partly. By whom?
I would say, Your Honor, significantly, all of... But the listing I have, Your Honor, are by ano bang LEC?
Sir, sa lahat po ng LGS law yan.
Ano yan?
Sir, yan low emission capacity
Kanino galing
building.
yan?
Sa USAID po ito, sir. Yung 1.2.
USAID, Your Honor?
Low
I
emission
guess.
capacity building po, sir.
USAID nga to, hindi to. USAID for Your Honor at saka yung UNDP po ay sila mismo po ang nagpapatupad, pero ang nagtuturo po kung kanino ibibigay ay ang commission po, Your Honor.
Okay. Ito pala parang the infamous PDAP. Tinuturo lang ng congressman kung anong projects, pero hindi naman niya ini-implement. Ang nag-i-implement yung implementing agency. Ganun ba yan?
Tama. Hindi naman po PIDAP.
No. Just a comparison that it is being implemented by another agency.
In short, Your Honor, they are a packager, enabler, catalyzer, Your Honor, for these funds. And they essentially give our development partners the priorities.
Are we supposed to consider that the grants from ADB, from Germany, from the World Bank are being implemented by the donors or grantors themselves?
Sir, naghahanap po tayo ng mga experts po.
Sino?
From UP Los Baños, so ibig sabihin, sir, yung mga grants po niya, we engage experts and partners.
Yeah, pero kasi kanino dumadaan ba sa accounting system?
Wala
Wala pong dumadaan sa accounting system nila, Your Honor.
Ano yun?
Wala pa po dumaan sa accounting system nila, Your Honor. In other words, hindi po dumaan sa bangko ng CCC.
So not a single centavo of these dollar donations or grants has passed through the commission.
Ang role po ng commission ay hindi, they're not an implementing agency. They're essentially a policy-making agency, Your Honor.
Are these grants and donations covered by specific agreements? I suppose they are.
They are, Your Honor. Bilaterally, there will be exchange of notes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can we have copies of the bilateral agreements concerning these dollar donations and grants?
What we can provide, Your Honor, is the COA report, because even if these funds do not pass through Climate Change Commission, they are COA audited.
I am not, Your Honor, distinguished sponsor, asking for a COA report.
Yes, Your Honor, we will provide.
I am asking for the pertinent loan or grant agreements.
Yes, Your Honor, the grant agreements.
Can this be part of the submission tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Do local government units access directly for their own action plan on climate change adaptation and mitigation, secure grants or loans from foreign sources?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And more or less, how many local government units had been able to access such dollar donations or grants?
Sa PSF?
Ilan?
Sir, doon sa grants po ng 100.
Ilan? 100 ang may grant agreement?
Sir, yung mga nag-benefits ako. Sir, sa ADB.
Pero yung may grant agreement?
Sir, yung po, 100 po yung grant.
Mga 100 po, Your Honor.
100.
Opo.
And I suppose the Commission would monitor the utilization by these local government units of the grants or loans or donations they have accessed from foreign sources.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can we have also, as part of the submission, the monitoring reports of the Commission with respect to the utilization by local government units of the dollar donations and grants they have accessed or received from foreign sources.
Sir, wala po tayong downloads yung pera po nakukuha sa mga capacity building training.
Kaya nga, pero minomonitor nyo ba? So, mayroon ba kayong mga reports na monitoring reports? Nung mga LGUs na binigyan ng grants? Meron? Yes, Your Honor, we will submit.
And can that be part of the submission
Yes, Your
tomorrow?
Honor.
Can we also have a listing of these around 100 local government units
Yes, Your
who
Honor.
were able to access?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What is the latest on the President's take or action on the Paris Agreement?
The presidential pronouncement, Your Honor, is that he is averse to ratifying it, Your Honor. But the position of the Commission is, just like all the other countries like India and China, which the President cited as his own basis for his aversion, have already ratified, but with caveats, Your Honor, with respect to protecting the share or the national interest in terms of our ability to use fuel to fuel our national development, Your Honor, our growth targets, Your Honor.
Has the Commission, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, recommended to the President that it is of for our national interest to have the Paris Agreement ratified soonest?
Yes, Your Honor. The DFA has already rounded all the pertinent agencies, and once it is once it's summed up, summation, it will be submitted. It will be summed by the DFA will submit it to the Climate Change Commission for endorsement to the President. Your Honor.
In other words, the Commission has not rendered any separate recommendation to the President at the moment.
Officially, Your Honor, yes. There's no official recommendation. Although, Your Honor, there are pronouncements because we were party to the Paris Agreement in terms of when it was agreed to. And what is necessary right now is the ratification, Your Honor.
I seem to recall, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that the President has backtracked from his previous adverse reaction and is willing to consider the ratification of the Paris Agreement. Is that a correct recollection?
Yes, Your Honor, that is a correct interpretation.
And to what extent has the Commission influenced the President to change his mind?
Your Honor, it is the Commission is the principal negotiator of the Philippines in the Conference of Parties of the United Nations Framework of Climate Change. But it's the DFA, Your Honor, that works on its ratification, Your Honor, and therefore it is the DFA that essentially gets all the inputs from the other agencies. But however, Your Honor, being the climate change as the principal policy-making body on climate change of the Philippines as designed by Congress, Your Honor, of course, we understand and we expect that the President will ask the Commission with respect to its position on, or the DFA will consider the position of the Commission on the eventual position of the administration to the Paris Agreement.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, has the Commission made any statement, public statement,
Meron, di ba?
urging the President
After July 1.
to have the Paris Agreement ratified for the national interest?
Upcoming climate change summit sponsored, organized by the Office of the President.
The Commission has sent the President briefing, or aid memoir. I would still say it's a briefer because there is no recommendation, I suppose, because you don't, considering the initial pronouncements of the President with respect to the issue, Your Honor. So I would say, Your Honor, that the Commission is also sponsoring the Climate Change Summit.
It's the Office of the President initiating.
In fact, it is the Office of the President that's initiating a climate change summit next week in Cebu. that will essentially mobilize or harness the national consensus with respect to our position towards the Paris Agreement.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, were these briefers conveyed to the President verbally or they were in writing?
They are official documents, Your Honor.
Or may we have copies of the official documents covering these briefers as part of the submission tomorrow?
These are memos for the President, Your Honor, and therefore we might have to ask permission or clearance from the Office of the Executive Secretary. But once we secure that clearance, Your Honor, we will provide Congress a copy.
Why? These are briefers coming from the Commission itself. Then why should it be impounded with respect to disclosure by the Executive Secretary or the Office of the President?
I think, Your Honor, the position of the Commission as given to me was only as a matter of courtesy. But I guess,
Okay.
Your Honor, there's nothing to prevent them from providing it to you.
Yes.
Because it is under the EO2 of the President. I
That's
guess
correct. That's
we
what
have access
I will
to
not
those
have to go to
documents.
that, distinguished sponsor. Now, how does the Philippines rank in the risk disaster-prone countries
To
per
summarize it all-
global ratings?
To summarize, sir, we are always in the top 5.
Top 5.
But if you take away Tonga, Tuvalu, then I guess, Your Honor, we are virtually always number 1.
Uh-huh. And what are the peculiar risk factors which would make the Philippines within the top 5 or number 1 in the list of disaster-prone countries?
Your Honor, it is location. We are right there as the doormat to where the typhoons eventually evolve, where they're born in the Pacific Ocean and they migrate. Then suddenly they become full-blown typhoons once they are with us. That's why, as you can see, Your Honor, there's such a thing as a Pacific jinx. All the regions facing the Pacific Ocean are 42% lower in terms of per capita income than regions facing the South China Sea, simply because, Your Honor, of climate change risk. And the second, Your Honor, risk factor is the fact, while we are already in the typhoon belt, we are also in the seismic belt, and we are also in the earthquake belt and the volcanic or the Pacific Ring of Fire. And therefore, the complex interaction of these other risk factors build into a very high vulnerability, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would then understand that all of these risk factors would underscore the important role of the Commission. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. That's why Congress saw it fit to enact this law and create its own committee, a special committee on climate change, Your Honor.
And would the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, tell us what is the effect of the calamities occasioned by climate change to the marginalized and disadvantaged?
Your Honor, can I submit that? But definitely it creates more poor people. It makes poor people poorer. And on the aggregate, it reduces our growth potential by 0.51%, Your Honor. So in simple language, Your Honor, both in terms of the inequality and both in terms of growth, it adversely affects the Philippines, Your Honor.
Again, that would underscore the very important role,
yes, Your Honor,
of the Commission. And at the proper time, I would join the members of the House to possibly augment the appropriations for the Commission. Well, I suppose before we will do that, the Commission should submit the request for augmentation to the chairman of the Committee on Appropriation so that we could act accordingly.
That should be a very good motivation, Your Honor.
Okay. But after augmenting the appropriations for the Climate Change Commission, the House of Representatives must exercise its oversight function
Yes, Your
to
Honor.
see to it that these funds are utilized effectively and properly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now to my last point. To disabuse the minds of the members of the House, the Climate Change Commission is not involved in the costly relief operations due to calamities. Is that correct?
That's right, Your Honor, but it does broadcast the, in short, that essentially we're making the link that these things are a result of our high vulnerability to climate change, Your Honor.
Its role is really before the calamity comes.
Before, mostly
and
before.
After the calamity is over.
That's right, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much, distinguished sponsor, my good colleague from Albay, for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor.
Thank you for the 12 questions.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative from 3rd District of Quezon, Representative Danilo Suarez, for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The Minority Leader, the Honorable Suarez, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to have very few questions. We have a saying, so much to do yet so little time.
Yes,
Ito
Your
ho
Honor.
naman, so much to do with so little money. Kaya nagulat ho ako nung makita ko yung appropriation na hinihingi, considering the gargantuous that they'll have to do, napakaliit ho. So, bagamat ang nag-prepare po ng budget nito was the previous administration, maybe Congressman Carlo Nograles is present, maybe this would be the best time to address that. Baka naman sa isang taon, madagdagan ang pondo ng napaka-sensitive na office na ito. My first question is, I would imagine that your principal distinguished sponsor work closely with other agency in the world that has some connection with climate issue. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor.
So yung sinasabi ho nating reported warming ng ating daigdig, is that a fact? Is that a proven or just a mere theory?
I think the word of the IPCC, which is really a pool of how many scientists?
Climate analytics.
Ilan ba yung IPCC? Ilang?
Now there are 12 or 13.
13 lang? Buong mundo?
Sa IPCC?
Oo. I think more than 1,000 scientists, Your Honor, says that climate change is unequivocal and here. In this latest annual, anong tawag ng AR? AR4, Your Honor, which is the latest analysis of the climate.
And medyo nakakatakot po yan na sinasabi nating yearly, painit po ng painit at tumataas ang temperature. No? So, meron ba namang panahon o taon na bumaba?
Meron po.
Meron ho naman na bumaba ang temperature on an average.
Tama po. Ang analytics po ay, pag titingnan po yung trend line, it's like a tunnel that's going up, Your Honor. So bumababa po siya doon sa lower end of the tunnel, but it goes right up to the peak of the tunnel, Your Honor.
And considering that there are several effects outside of the food security that climate plays a major role, kagaya ho, tinanong ko earlier before my turn, I asked, do they have a satellite office? And they said they have an office in DENR. And I asked them whether do you have an office in Department of Science and Technology. And they say they don't have. May I suggest that, bagamat napakaliit pa ho ng budget nila, that on the proposed budget for 2018, they must have a close coordination with DOST, considering what we call because if I ask you, can you give support to the farmers on rain precipitation? Eh, sasabihin po nila, wala ho kaming idea, but
Pag-asa
the
po.
OST have those information.
Nasa pag-asa po.
So, along that line, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, this is more of what we call the learning curve in terms of deliberations of budget like this. And this is a classical example of a very important office that must be given support. With that, Mr. Speaker, the minority have no more question to raise on the proposed budget of the Climate Change Commission. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, distinguished sponsor. I move to terminate on the part of the minority for the proposed budget of Climate Change Commission. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Climate Change Commission. So move, Your Honor.
There's a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and interpellations. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Your Honor, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill 3408. So move, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we elect as Vice Chairperson of the Special Committee on Peace, Reconciliation and Unity, Carlos Zarate as Vice Chairperson.
Is there any motion? No objection. The same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I move to resume consideration of House Bill 3408. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Secretary General is directed to read the title of the bill.
House Bill 3408, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2017, and for other purposes.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Aurora Pacific Echozone. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we once again recognize the gentleman from Albay, Representative Joey Salceda, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Aurora Pacific Echozone.
The Honorable Salceda is recognized for the sponsorship.
Ready to answer questions, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Before we go on, Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Attorney Israel F. Madukdok, the President and CEO of the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, or APECO.
Said guest is recognized. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative from Quezon, 3rd District Quezon, the Honorable Danilo Suarez, Minority Floor Leader, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Danilo Suarez, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, willing to yield to some question on the proposed budget of Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, this Aurora, for your information, distinguished sponsor, is normally named after Aurora Quezon, who is the wife of our great leader, President Manuel Quezon, and once a part of Quezon Province.
That's right. Thank you for the information, Your Honor.
And because of that, the minority imposed no questions on the proposed budget of
Thank you
the
very much.
Aurora Pacific Economic Zone, Freeport Authority, and I move to terminate the period of, on behalf of the minority, on the proposed budget of Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation for the authority of the Freeport area of Bataan. So move, Your Honor. Your Honor, correction please. This is for the Aurora Pacific Echo Zone.
This is a joint motion coming from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and interpellations for the budget of the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan. I so move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
We would like to recognize from the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, Attorney Patrick Lester, NP, the Acting Chairman and Administrator.
Please rise, the named guest. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the representative from party list Aangat Tayo, Representative Harlin Neal Abayon, for his interpolation. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member of the minority who wishes to interpolate the budget of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan, I move to terminate the interpolation of the budget of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan.
This is a joint motion by the majority and the minority to terminate the sponsorship and interpellations of the budget of the Authority of the Freeport Area of Bataan. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there an objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize the Senior Deputy Administrator for Support Services of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority, Mr. Ramon O. Agregado.
The named guest, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Sa Lunes na lang. May sulat po siya. Hindi kasi alam hindi chairman. Suspend ko? Andito. Si Carlo. Approve yung budget. He's only deputy chair. Assume.
Session suspended.
Skip lang. Ay. Skip lang. We recognize already. I withdraw my motion.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw the motion to consider the budget of the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to begin consideration of the budget of the Basis Conversion Development Authority, BCDA. So move, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved. PC.
Sino pang wala? Kung wala, hindi lang.
Mr. Speaker, we move for suspension.
Session suspended.
CCP. Oh, oh my God, suni ko.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move to withdraw consideration of the budget of the Basis Conversion and Development Authority. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
CCP. CCP.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Development Academy of the Philippines.
Any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Albay, Representative Joey Salceda, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of Development Academy of the Philippines.
Thank you. The Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Kalau, is here, Your Honor.
Yes.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Yes.
The Honorable Salceda is recognized.
Ready to answer questions, Your Honor.
But before that, Mr. Speaker, we would just like to acknowledge the presence of President Antonio Calao Jr., Senior Vice President Magdalena Mendoza, Senior Vice President Bernardo Dizon, Vice President Arnel Abanto, Director Nanette Caparos, Vice President Monina De Armas, Attorney Gideon Mortel, Vice President Carlos Saico, Anatalia Barawidan, Chriselle Ching, and Emerson Labang. So move, Mr. Speaker.
President Antonio Calao and the DAP family, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Magkano kayo hinihingi niyo?
Session suspended.
Development Academy. Ito po. Ito na, sir. Ay.
Di-recognize mo naman si Paul, no? Di ba? Di ba? Okay.
Ano po? Ito ba yung binigay sa atin? Magkano binigay? Saan ba binigay dito?
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Minority Floor Leader, Danilo Suarez, for his interpellation.
The Honorable Minority Leader, the Honorable Danilo Suarez, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, a minor clarificatory question for this very important academy. Distinguished sponsor, where is this? I understand this is located in Tagaytay. Am I correct there?
They have a facility in Tagaytay for training, but their main institute, so to speak, is actually in San Miguel Avenue, Your Honor, in, I don't know whether, or it's, I think it's in Ortigas, Mandaluyong ba yun?
And can we just be given some learning curve on this? Because we're allocating ₱500 million, and I just would like to find out the basic function of their existence. Ano po ang primary purpose nitong DAP, distinguished sponsor?
Para siya po yung Asian Institute na in-house ng gobyerno, Your Honor, na kung saan tinitrain po. In short, Your Honor, it's a government entity that essentially provides training to all government officials, including Congress, especially to the neophytes, Your Honor.
Including us?
Yes, Your Honor. They provide training, Your Honor, if we so desire.
Can you ask the principal on what training have they rendered in behalf of our...
When I was still, they got me before to train Pacquiao, Your Honor. I also trained Lenny Robredo, Your Honor, under the DAP auspices, Your Honor.
Do they give training to first-termer members of this august body?
Yes, Your Honor. They have leadership seminars, essentially, Your Honor, on the legislative functions, as well as, of course, the domain of public policies, Your Honor.
Do they collect fee? Distinguished sponsor?
I think so, Your Honor. They collect fee because they are considered as GOCC, and in fact, they are under GCG. So they are mandated by government to earn money.
What other government agency, distinguished sponsor, do you see as a duplication of what they're doing?
The closest, Your Honor, is PIDS, the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. But, Your Honor, that their output is research. Their output is training. So in that sense, Your Honor, it's a little different. But both of them uses empirical evidence, except that yung PIDS uses essentially for publication. There are more PIDS publications than DAP publication. And there's hardly any training in PIDS except for the internship where DAP trains almost a lot of our government officials, especially the senior government officials, Your Honor, those who want CESWE, CESO. In short, Your Honor, they provide training, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, on those revenues that they generate as fees to training, will that be a part and parcel of their budget, or that's an earnings that they can spend as well in terms of their MOOE?
Use of income? They have use of income, Your Honor. For example, last year, Your Honor, they are supposed to earn 498 million. And last year, we only gave them 68 million. So they use it for essentially for public sector, human resource management development plan, support for the programs and projects of the Productivity Development Center, modernizing government regulation for national competitiveness, Center for Excellence in Public Sector Productivity, harmonization of national government performance. In short, Your Honor, these are like, parang AIM nga po, Your Honor.
How will you, considering the much experience this sponsor of his vast knowledge on this field, how would you compare that with AIM?
Yung AIM po, corporate ang tinitrain. Sila po ang tinitrain po tayo, gobyerno.
So, hindi. Kumisan po ay nag-a-avail ang mga government offices sa AIM, di po ba?
Yeah, they have to compete with AIM, Your Honor, para po dito sa mga training. Siguro may isa pa pong pwedeng makompare sa kanila, NCPAG. So, yun po ang closest, I would say. Now, I'm sorry, let me revise it. Hindi po PIDS ang kasing ano nila, kundi NCPAG ang pinakahalintulad po nila.
Pinakamalapit.
Opo. So nagtitrain din po sila ng lahat po ng all types and levels of government. But DAP generally focuses on top management or senior middle management, Your Honor.
Well, I don't mean to be rude, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, but I would like to imagine that, have you been to DAP, distinguished sponsor?
Yung sa Tagaytay po, yung dito po, opo. Nakaakyat na po ako ilang beses.
So, bago mo dinidependa itong budget ng DAP, I suppose, did you do some brainstorming with them about their existence? So,
yung katulad dun sa Tagaytay.
So what will be their wish list for 2018?
Ang ano po kasi sir na nakakasayang po yung kanilang property doon po sa Tagaytay kung saan po maraming training at seminar na ginaganap at napakaluma at napakapangit na po.
Kumusta po ang absorbing capacity nila? Nauubos ba naman nila yung budget nila? Walang natitira? Walang savings? Walang...
Your Honor, yun ang hirap po kasi parang may profit schedule sila eh. So katulad niyan na yung total income nila, 559, binigyan natin ng 67. So magkano kinita nyo last year?
1%, 500.
Huh? Kumita po sila ng 5 million, Your Honor. So iba po yung level po, hindi absorptive capacity, kundi the ability to earn as well as of course provide training. So may output, ilan po ang na-train nila. Pangalawa, kung kumita po sila.
Yung charter nila, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsors, sa charter nila, yung pong earnings nila doesn't have to be reverted to the National Treasury. Pwede ho nilang ma-retain at magamit. Is that correct?
GCG po sila, so 50% dividend po sila para pong pag-core.
Maybe what we can do, distinguished sponsor, is considering you are sponsoring. For me, vital institution like this is find out how we can even harness their potential.
Opo, Your Honor.
On this coming 6 years. And kasi ito ang mga mahalagang opisina na dapat natin bigyan ng katulad ng Climate Change Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the minority, we wish no more question to raise on the proposed budget for the Development Academy of the Philippines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished
Salamat po.
sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Development Academy of the Philippines. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
There's a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship and interpolations for the budget of the Development Academy of the Philippines. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the presence of Dr. Raul Sunico, President of the Cultural Center of the Philippines.
The named guest, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Albay, Representative Joey Salceda, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Salceda is recognized.
Ready to answer questions, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lady from the 6th District of Manila, Honorable Rosenda Ann Ocampo, for her interpolation.
The Honorable Ocampo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will the distinguished sponsor respond to my question regarding the capital outlay
Yes, Your
budget
Honor.
for the CCP?
Willingly to a classmate and a friend, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Chairman, I've been to the CCP a few times, and I found the condition of the center, and I think that there's a need for us to spend a lot of money to restore and improve the facilities so that it can stand the test of time.
I think I will definitely agree with Your Honor with your observation.
Is there enough funds to complete for 2017 the initiative that was undertaken starting the year 2000, funded out of 2016?
I think, Your Honor, there is a rolling commitment of the DBM, essentially. Mayowa ba to?
Yes, this is for the buildings, construction of new buildings.
The total capital outlay is 604.559 million, Your Honor, for 2017, and essentially for the new Performing Arts Theater and the Artist Center, and 10 million for furniture and fixtures of, I guess, the CCP main.
Because, Mr. Chairman, the main complex really needs refurbishing.
Main complex.
And since this is the cultural center of the Philippines, we would like to know that there is enough funds in 2017. You know, Mr. Chairman, the other day we discussed the budget for the NCCA, and it was quite deplorable that the budget proposed was slashed drastically from 189 to 29 million, and I would not like to see that the same thing will happen to the Cultural Center of the Philippines budget.
I think, Your Honor, that the CCP actually has actually seen an increase from 767 million to 1.1 billion, Your Honor. So
no, my question is it sufficient?
It is.
Pero may phase 2 ba yan?
May phase 2. This is
Magkano yung
phase
phase 2?
1. We have about 80% more.
Kunti na lang.
Mga 1.6 billion.
Ang kailangan.
This is for the main building and the two new buildings, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. We are asking yung new building, yung old building daw. Yung new buildings, Your Honor, are fully funded, Your Honor.
And the original building,
May
Mr. Chairman,
303 million po siya this year, pero hindi pa po na-implement. It's in the process of procurement, Your Honor.
and
May
the budget for
300
2017 will be a continuing budget for 2016. And
iba na po. Yung tatlo po, Black Box Theater, Performing Arts Theater, and the Artist or the Talent Center, Your Honor. So, para mas specific, Black Box Theater, 150 M, Performing Arts Theater, 262 million, the Artist Center, 182 million, and Furniture and Fixture, 11 million, for a total of 604 million. This is different from the 303 million this year, Your Honor, for the main building.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. I am fully satisfied.
Thank you very much.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Luis Campos from the 2nd District of Makati for his interpellation.
The Honorable Campos is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the minority, there being no other member who wishes to ask any questions, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation for the CCP. So move, Your Honor.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Cultural Center of the Philippines.
There's a joint motion by the majority and the minority to terminate the period of sponsorship interpolations of the budget of the Cultural Center of the Philippines. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Philippine Center for Economic Development.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Executive Director of the PCED, Orville Jose Solon.
The named guest, please rise. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Albay, Representative Joey Salceda, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of Philippine Center for Economic Development.
The Honorable Salceda is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Ready to answer questions, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Luis Campos from the 2nd District of Makati for his interpolation.
The Honorable Luis Campos is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in behalf of the minority, there being no other member who wishes to ask any questions, I move that we terminate the period of interpellation for the budget of the Philippine Center for Economic Development. So move, Your Honor.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of the Philippine Center for Economic Development.
There's a joint motion from the majority and the minority to terminate the sponsorship and interpellation of the budget of the Philippine Center for Economic Development. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Palakpakan naman natin. 20 million din yan. CIBI. Sorry.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend.
Session suspended.
Andiyan po. Bakit di niyo daw isalang? Sino bang ano ng CIBI?
Wala po ang SBMA and
CIBI. CIBI.
They're not scheduled for...
CIBI. Ayan o. Wala daw yung nakaliw. Wala ba daw yung... Lahigit. Wala hit ba? Wala ba yung head of CIBI?
Wala.
Kasi wala yung...
Basta wag nakanganga.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration of the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the same is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Tarlac, Representative Charlie Coanco, to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
The Honorable Charlie Coanco is recognized for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. In our world of rapid change, the Filipino nation finds itself amidst complex challenges as well as strategic opportunities for collaboration. From building bridges of friendship with other nations and opening doors for Philippine businesses to containing pandemics and addressing violent extremism, climate change, migration issues, and human and drug trafficking, the Philippine government works for the best interest of its people, both here and abroad. On the world stage, diplomacy is our first line of defense. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues of this august body, it is in this context that the Department of Foreign Affairs continues to fulfill its mission of promoting and protecting Philippine interests in the global community. With its vision for a resilient foreign service for a strong Philippines, it has proven to be a solid institution capable of quickly, efficiently, and effectively adapting and responding to the demands of our evolving geopolitical and economic landscape. Mandated to preserve and enhance national security, promote economic diplomacy, protect the rights and promote the welfare of Filipinos overseas, and engage in cultural promotion and image building, the Department of Foreign Affairs is expected to perform its gargantuan task of implementing a Philippine foreign policy anchored on the needs of our country and people. The Department of Foreign Affairs, our key representative agency in the world community, is respectfully requesting a budget of 16.63 billion pesos. The budget of the department's 3 attached agencies are likewise hereby submitted for consideration. 60.14 million pesos for the Foreign Service Institute, 4.48 million for the Technical Cooperation Council of the Philippines, and lastly, 21.09 million for the UNESCO National Commission of the Philippines. The total budget of the department and its attached agencies is 16.71 billion pesos. The DFA budget stands at only 0.50% of the 3.35 trillion peso national budget, down from 0.70% for the current year. Nevertheless, this budget is an investment in our nation's sustained growth, development, and security, and the safety of our nationals overseas. Despite meager resources, the men and women of the Department of Foreign Affairs remain resolute in their commitment and service. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I respectfully endorse to the plenary the 2017 budget of the DFA and its attached agencies in the amount of 16.71 billion pesos and humbly solicit your kind support for its favorable consideration and approval. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, before we proceed with the interpellation, may we just recognize the presence of our distinguished guests from the Department of Foreign Affairs. Of course, Secretary Perfecto Yasay, Jr., USEC for Admin, Linglingay Lacanlale, USEC for International Economic Relations, Manuel Tihanki, USEC for Migrant Workers Affairs, Jesus Yabes, USEC for Policy, Enrique Manalo, and all Assistant Secretaries and Heads of agencies under the DFA.
Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Emmy De Jesus of Gabriela for her interpellation.
The Honorable Emmy De Jesus is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating sponsor. Magandang hapon din po sa pamilya ng Department of Foreign Affairs, especially po sa bagong luklok kay Secretary Yasay. Ang focus po ng katanungan ko ay itong very current na pronouncement ng ating Pangulong Duterte. Kaugnay po nung kanyang sinabi na sa taong ito, huling-huli na raw ang magaganap na pagbisita rito ng mga sundalong Amerikano. At asahan na sa darating na taon ay tapos na. Ibig sabihin, kayo po ba, ano po ba ang tindig dito ng kasalukuyang ahensya dito sa pronouncement na ito ng ating, which we welcome very much, no, ng ating Pangulo?
Do I wait for the answer or Edka? To the Honorable De Jesus, EDCA being a treaty, a foreign treaty, both parties must be in agreement in the implementation of said treaty. So if we as host would like to defer or postpone next year's training exercise, I think that is built into the treaty.
Mr. Speaker, salamat po sa panimula. Pero ang gusto ko pong linawin, dalawa po kasi ang kasunduan na nagpapapayag sa pagpasok ng military exercise, U.S. military exercises, yung pong Visiting Forces Agreement at yung EDCA. So, ang sinasabi po ng Mr. Speaker, ng ating ginong sponsor, the moment unilaterally we say that we will be stopping their quote-unquote visit within our territories. So be it. Yun po ba ang ibig sabihin na...
So it's an executive decision.
Ulitin ko po. So, as I heard it a while ago, and my understanding was that should we decide, no, as a host country, that the agreement for the U.S. visiting forces to come in, should we say that ayaw na natin, so be it. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, ginong sponsor?
The policy of the government is to continue and respect the treaties and commitments that we have with our foreign allies. However, with regards to the joint exercises, there is a board that meets and reviews whether both sides are willing to implement the exercise. So basically, it's an executive decision.
Mr. Speaker, so do we have to go through the meeting of both parties? Or when you say it is an executive decision, so what the President mentioned, that this is the last time that we will be hosting military exercises through the two agreements, so the executive can say so upon the earlier pronouncement of our President and upon his command to the executive. I just want to clarify or concretize the next steps.
Yes, ma'am. Until such time the direction of the President would change, then that would also change. But based on the pronouncement, then the DFA should be working on that direction.
Mr. Speaker, parang nakakakaba naman yung baka mag-iba na naman ang direksyon, ano? Pero anyway, at this point in time, what we appreciate is that should the President command the executive to implement his position with regards to ending the visits of the U.S. military forces, and this is tantamount to saying, no, parang pinapawalang bisa na rin natin yung mga nakasaad na sila ay pwedeng gumawa rito ng military exercises. can we have the assurance that should this happen, yung po bang budget, magkano po ba ang budget na nakalaan sa mga visiting forces agreement pagka mayroon pong military exercises sa ating bayan?
With regards to the budget of the military exercises and activities, those expenditures are under the purview of the AFP.
Ang tanong ko po, do you agree, does the agency agree that should there be an end to the visiting forces agreement and the EDCA provisions that we will be stopping our hosting of the military exercises? Do you agree that budgets for those exercises be allotted to more use of the people? Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sponsor.
It is not the responsibility or purview of the DFA to decide whether the exercises will continue or not. And the DFA does not spend any funds to hold these exercises.
I understand, Mr. Speaker, but I think I just would like to hear your appreciation. Because when you say independent foreign policy, no, I think that any agreement like the VFA and the EDCA is also within your purview. But with regard to the budget, what I was just want to appreciate is, would you support that should there be an end, then therefore the budget should be allotted to more important needs of our people?
Of course, we should always support, study what is in our nation's interest. Notwithstanding, we always have more problems to fix and always less resources to fix them with. Defense, national defense is certainly one of them. Even our foreign relations resources is also wanting. So we have to make do with what we have. We have to be more efficient with it. And I think if we are going to target efficiencies, we should not just concentrate on the defense or foreign relations arena or subject, but we should also check on other areas as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your answer, Mr. Sponsor. Why we are always on our toes whenever there is an update on the news with regard to updates on EDCA and VFA, this representation is really on guard. Alam niyo po, yung paninindigan ng Gabriela Women's Party at ng mga kababaihang affected, no? Economically, and of course, at mas importante, culturally, dito po sa presensya ng mga sundalong militar, at marami na tayong karanasan dito, talaga pong babantayan namin ito. Dahil ang paninindigan po namin ay dapat talaga na wakasan na ang mga agreements na ang tingin namin ay nadidihado tayo. At kung may pondong nakalaan para sa programang yan, ilaan na natin sa iba. Sa iba pong punto, Mr. Speaker, natutuwa rin po kami na ang paglabas ngayon ng ating Pangulo ay may prioridad siya doon sa ating mga kalapit na bayan. Ano? And in fact, kanina po kausap ko si Secretary, mukhang kadarating lang galing sa biyahe. Gusto lang pong malaman ng representasyong ito, ano po ba ang mga trade and foreign agreements which you can possibly share with us and look forward, no? Kasi ang isa pong iniingatan talaga natin pagka mga trade agreements, yun po sanang hindi tayo madedehado at yung mga agreements na may kapakinabangan ang ating mamamayan na sana makatulong din sa pagbuhay ng ating industriya. Can Mr. Speaker and the sponsor give us even an initial enlightenment on the update on what have we possibly gained, no? Dito lang po sa mga current trips ng ating Pangulo.
Well, prior to the Vietnam trip, the President attended the ASEAN Summit, being host for next year's conference, which will be held here in Manila. It gave the President, as host executive, a chance to preview what would be the agenda for next year's conference. And I'm hopeful that our interests in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, will be more diplomatically presented to our ASEAN counterparts. And hopefully, the association may come out with a stronger joint statement in support of the Philippine interest.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, maraming salamat po sa sagot. At I think I would just be asking further, no? At palagay, hindi ko na po ibibelabor yung mga datos dahil may mga specific questions din po ako sana na may kaugnay naman dun sa effort with regard updated effort with regard to the staying of the death penalty to our kababayan, kay Mary Jane po. Does the agency already have any update on the case of Mary Jane Veloso's staying of the implementation of the death penalty?
There is an update that we have been able to secure an indefinite stay on her execution. So, although she is still incarcerated, it's indefinite.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So, yun lang po ang categorical.
As a follow-up po to that question regarding Mary Jane Veloso, the country is making representation with the Indonesian government to be able to try to continue the legal proceedings here in the Philippines so that we can further investigate whether Mary Jane is in fact just a victim of a broader syndicate and possibly prove who is really the guilty party here.
Mr. Speaker, salamat po sa kasagutan, Mr. Sponsor. And so categorically, it's still parang delaying muna holding ng execution, which to us, siguro we're really looking forward to getting her out and letting her come back dito sa ating bayan. Dahil nakakausap din po namin yung kanyang pamilya. Anyway, to end this, I just would like to manifest. Firstly, yung aming pong sektor, and in behalf of our Makabayan block here in the 17th Congress, we are very much for the pushing of an independent foreign policy That is why politically, economically, mag-aalam po kami ng mga updates sa anumang mga pag-uusap at mga kaganapan na magbibigay po ng direksyon sana na ang ating foreign policy ay hindi yung economically, culturally, and politically ay nadedehado tayo. So with that, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor, gusto ko rin pong, kanina po, may mga data po na pwedeng hingin sa ahensya, hingin ko na lang po later, pero nagpapasalamat po ako sa pagkakataon. Magandang hapon po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with cordial and convivial cooperation and understanding from the gentlemen from Buhay Party List and 1st District of Albay, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his interpolation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Speaker and Majority Leader. Will the distinguished sponsor yield to some questions?
Hopefully a few, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I have no questions with respect to the nitty-gritty and totality of the proposed budget for the Department of Foreign Affairs. I think within budgetary constraints, it is reasonable. Moreover, the Department of Foreign Affairs has its own earnings, which could augment its appropriation. I would limit myself to policy questions. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. An, quote, independent foreign policy is per se a mere motherhood statement. The Duterte administration has to disclose and explain what actually is its independent foreign policy. May we know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what are the core parameters and trusts of Duterte's independent foreign policy?
One moment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the context of independent policy is to foreign policy is to pursue a foreign policy that supports and enhances the national interest. If there is no conflict between that interest and another country's foreign policy, then we pursue the strengthening of that relationship. If there is a issue that affects the discourse of a continued healthy foreign relationship with another country, then we build on the strengths and negotiate and work for the resolution of those differences.
Is that all, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor? In other words, what are the fundamentals of an independent foreign policy?
The foreign policy must be the sole purpose of making sure that paramount national interest is upheld. versus a policy that will simply cater to the interests of other nations. There are some interests when our interests and that of other nations converge, and there is nothing wrong with pursuing this as long as it does not undermine the paramount national interest.
Would the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, agree that there are three fundamentals in an independent foreign policy? First, the approach or policy must favor the country's fundamental interests or national interests, which you have already stated. Second, it must adhere to national and international law. Would you agree with that statement, Your Honor?
Can you repeat the statement, please?
The second fundamental is the policy must adhere to national and international law.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And lastly, it must be accomplished in the least costly manner. Is that correct?
That is subjective, Your Honor, given the dynamics of the world we live in today and the nature of the issue that has to be resolved.
Yeah. But given the options of national interests and compliance with national and international law, then the policy should be pursued without much expenditure or expense on the part of government. I think that is fundamental.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, is alienating traditional economic partners and security allies while embarking on new relationship with other countries a thrust of President Duterte's independent foreign policy?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the distinguished sponsor admits that alienating traditional economic allies and security partners is a component of Duterte's independent foreign policy.
Not intentionally, nor not intentionally to alienate our long-standing allies. In fact, to maintain the existing treaties and relationships, but at the same time, endeavor to explore new possibilities of alliances or mending soured relationships with other potential allies in our geopolitical area.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, of course, maintaining traditional economic and security alliances with existing partners is not contradictory to embarking or forging new relationship. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor. That's why an independent foreign policy must be balanced and pragmatic, not static. We must be flexible in our endeavor, sometimes even flexible in our discourse, provided that the fundamental direction, which is for the interest of our country, for the welfare of our people, is maintained.
Well, can the Philippines pursue an independent foreign policy without squandering its hard-earned advantageous relationship with other countries, like the United States and the European community?
I think if we will look at our country, where it is economically in this day and age, we have been long-time allies with our American friends and European allies. Maybe what the President endeavors to undertake is to explore the possibilities with non-traditional allies in our geopolitical area.
That is not a problem, exploring new relationships. Just like in human relationship. But the problem is it correct to squander, to alienate economic allies and security allies of long standing just because we are pursuing alliances, new alliances with other countries?
I understand the concerns of the honorable gentleman. This is a healthy discussion, but I think before we can say that our President is squandering the long, good-standing relationships with our traditional allies, I think our traditional allies will also let us know as a sign of respect whether we are approaching or reaching a tipping point.
Well, recent events and recent utterances would point to the contrary. But let me leave that point. We have a mutual defense treaty with the United States. We have the Visiting Forces Agreement as well as the EDCA. These are all existing agreements to which the Philippines is a state party. And pursuant to one of the fundamentals of an independent foreign policy, we must respect international law. And according to our Constitution, these international covenants would be part of our legal system. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Under the Mutual Defense Agreement with the United States or the Visiting Forces Agreement or the EDCA or any one of them, is the Philippines obligated to join the United States in military exercises?
It is not an obligation, but it is a decision we jointly make through a mutual defense board.
So there is nothing in these agreements which would constrain the Philippines to join the United States in military exercises here in the Pacific or elsewhere for that matter.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
You know, personally, I am against the Visiting Forces Agreement and the EDCA. I have made statements before of my opposition to these two agreements. But as long as these are valid and existing agreements, then we will have to respect them as part of our foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the promotion and protection of human rights is a universal agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Your Honor.
The transgression of human rights in one country is a global concern of all other countries. Is that correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is because of the universality of human rights that there is an international covenant on civil and political rights. And together with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant of Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, they constitute what is known as the International Bill of Rights. Is that correct, Your Honor?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is the Philippines a state party to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights?
We are a partner to all basic conventions on human rights, Your Honor.
And this convention obligates countries that have ratified the treaty to protect and preserve basic human rights. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Human rights are rights inherent to all human beings without distinction as to race, color, gender, language, religion, political persuasion, social origin, birth, or other status, the foremost of which is the right to life. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
The promotion and protection of human rights is one of the fundamental goals of the United Nations, which works actively in defining, helping implement, and monitoring international human rights standards worldwide. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor.
There is an office under the United Nations known as the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights. To fulfill its comprehensive human rights mandate, the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights speaks out objectively in the face of human rights violations worldwide. Will the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, agree to this statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
International human rights law lays down obligations which states are bound to respect. By becoming parties to international treaties, states assume obligations and duties under international law to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. Do you agree to this statement, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
In general, yes, Your Honor.
It is for these antecedents and reasons that the United Nations and its officials are gravely concerned about the unabated extrajudicial killings of drug suspects in the Philippines as they relate to perceived or actual human rights violations. Is that correct?
Based on what I have read and heard, I believe that is the basis of their pronouncement, Your Honor.
Then, is it correct for the good Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs to tell the United Nations that the world should not interfere in President Duterte's crackdown on crime?
Yes, it is correct, Your Honor. Being as it may, that the nature of the activity is an internal matter which is connected to our national interest.
Well, after the distinguished sponsor speaker agreed to the antecedent propositions that the protection and enhancement of human rights is a global concern, that the parties to international agreements on human rights are obligated to respect and promote human rights, and the United Nations is concerned as one of its goals, the promotion and protection of human rights. would the distinguished sponsor still insist that the statement of the good secretary before the United Nations that other countries must not interfere in President Duterte's crackdown on crime is correct?
Yes, Your Honor, because it is still consistent with our commitments to treaties such as the transnational crime anti-drug protocols. It is an internal matter of the Philippines in our national interest because of the rampant and growing effect, negative effect of the illicit drug trade vis-a-vis its effect on our society. And for as long as the Philippine government pursues this within our national laws and universal laws, including human rights, I think the pronouncements of our Foreign Secretary at the UN Assembly are appropriate. Bear in mind that the authorities, as they try to pursue and apprehend these criminal suspects, there have been already numerous presentations by them that the primary reasons for the rise in these EKGs is because the suspects may be high on drugs or desperate to escape the hand of the law, put up a fight and try to shoot their way to escape. And that, I'm sure, contributes to those facts and statistics.
So the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is saying that the government can continue its campaign to decimate the drug menace even at the expense of human rights, the rule of law, and due process. Is that correct?
To this day, we are not aware of our authorities being proven to have violated any law or any human rights in their quest for investigating and rooting out the drug syndicates in the country. It is a national policy that we have a war on drugs. And that is why it is heartwarming to know that there have been 700,000 surrenderies. These are people who have tried or bought or have even on occasion dealt drugs that have decided in their best interest to reform. And the victims of the EKGs, numbering about maybe 4,000, are but a minute representation of that overall figure. That statement of mine is not to justify the correctness of even one killing, but it is merely to illustrate a point that it is not a policy of the government to trample wanton on the human rights of our citizens.
Is the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, saying that 4,000 dead bodies of suspected drug traffickers and criminals is a minimal, a minute proportion?
If I may add, Mr. Speaker, a portion, a big portion, maybe one half of that figure, is suspected to be the perpetrated acts of the criminal syndicates themselves in silencing potential leakages in their organization, or getting back at people that have returned to the fold of the law.
Even granting, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that those killed in the deadly drug campaign are indeed drug traffickers and users, are they not entitled to due process of law instead of being summarily executed?
I think the conclusion that all of these people have been summarily executed is an unfair statement at this time. I think our Philippine National Police and our concerned agencies are continuing to investigate these killings. Evidences have been gathered, and the legal processes from these are, in fact, proceeding.
We are daily bombarded by television broadcasts showing orphans and widows of those killed and for being suspected as drug traffickers or addicts. And this grim scenario reported by media is unchallenged by government. And that is why there is serious concern that this killing should be stopped. Because the drug problem is not only a police problem. It is a health problem as well as a poverty issue, which other countries have considered. And the violent campaign against drug menace has failed in Thailand and in the United States and other countries. Is the distinguished sponsor aware of those failures?
Yes, Your Honor. Some of those strategies implemented in other countries have different outcomes or different results. Maybe even also different methodologies were implemented. However, to answer your point, Mr. Speaker, for as long as these killings are not overtly state-sponsored and are being investigated, we should also temper our criticism due to the fact that the media sometimes may also report or add or enhance these stories in order to generate more news.
Well, that's a judgment statement, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. But who else are the killers, if not the police and the vigilantes?
Yes, Your Honor. As we were discussing earlier, a certain number of those victims, or not victims, but a certain number of the EKJs are admittedly done by the PNP and other agencies. However, this is done in the course of their mandate to apprehend these criminal elements. So it is not by intention that they seek and destroy these people. We can even go as far as to say that in their quest for apprehending these suspects, they have had to use means to protect themselves or to protect their lives. And thus an unfortunate incidents after.
There are pages and tapes so numerous to count, reporting that the victims were unarmed, they were already surrendering, and yet they were still liquidated or killed. I think all of us members of the House are aware of this grim reportage.
Yes, Your Honor. That is why the Philippine National Police is also putting, I would say, equal emphasis on rooting out the sources of so-called vigilante killings. Because as a matter of policy, they are against these extrajudicial killings.
Okay. Well, the good Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs was quoted as having said before United States officials relating the true situation in the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what is the true situation in the Philippines which this good secretary recounted to his American audiences?
The government recognizes that there are extrajudicial killings. However, these are not done, or the government maintains that these are not done by our law enforcers. Even those killings which you refer to as vigilante are also and already being investigated. It is a matter of policy because it's a policy of government that we have a policy of respecting human rights.
In other words, the good secretary told his American audiences that the true situation in the Philippines is that the extrajudicial killing is not the handiwork of police officers and policemen. Is that correct?
Whenever the incidents of a killing happens, the incident is thoroughly investigated, regardless of whether it was done by the PNP or the vigilantes. It is very hard to expect realistically that in a war, in any war, there are no what we would call inadvertent casualties. Not to justify, again, Mr. Speaker, any killing, but just to try to elucidate the point that these things will happen, and for as long as our government does not make it a policy and goes after the erring agents of government, I think it is a sound policy given our war on drugs.
Well, the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, said that these killings were officially investigated. May we know whether the good secretary in the Department of Foreign Affairs was equipped with the necessary results of these investigations when he went to the United States and when he addressed the United Nations?
One moment, please. Mr. Speaker, it is not the Honorable Secretary that is investigating this. It's under the purview of other agencies like the PNP, even us here in Congress. We investigate to try to find out what has happened. And so the pronouncements of our secretary at the UN are based on information available to him at that time he made those statements.
Well, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I regret that that answer begs my question. My question is, since the Secretary said that that is not the true situation, and since the sponsor said that these killings had been officially investigated, my question was the Secretary equipped with with the results of the investigation to say that that is not the true situation, this is the true situation?
If you react to a statement and you say, based on media reports, you're reacting to a statement from the media. But if you want to have to give a more credible statement, then wouldn't you say you would have to investigate more, dig deeper, wait for more comprehensive information?
Well, I'm just relying on the statement, Mr. Speaker, of the distinguished sponsor that these killings had been investigated. And I was just asking whether the Secretary was privy to the results of the investigation. I am not saying that the Secretary is the person or authority to make the investigations. But let me leave that point. I think members of the House would be able to analyze the answers of the distinguished sponsor as quotes by the good secretary. The good secretary said that he dissuaded the United States officials from basing judgment on unverified reports. What is meant by the secretary with saying unverified reports?
Even the representatives of the Human Rights Commission abroad should not base their findings on news or media reports. They should come to the Philippines and conduct a more thorough analysis and to get a better appreciation on the true situation on the ground. So I think that is what some of the statements of the Secretary were meant to address.
Did the good secretary make his own verification of these unabated extrajudicial killings? Or he simply was relying on the concept that media reports are not reliable?
The Secretary was merely emphasizing to the audience abroad that if they could gather to appreciate better, gather more evidence to appreciate better the true situation here in the Philippines, rather than jumping to conclusions based on media reports.
To my last point, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, is the good Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs endorsing the coming of the United Nations officials?
Yes, Your Honor.
To investigate these killings?
Yes, Your Honor, if it is their pleasure to do so.
Under unrestrained and free conditions?
Subject to proper protocols and procedures, Your Honor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, for accommodating the questions of this representation. And again, I endorsed the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would like once again to thank the honorable gentlemen from Buhay Party List and 1st District of Albay for their kind understanding. And so I move to recognize the Honorable Lito Atienza for his interpellation. So move, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Atienza is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Majority Floor Leader. Honorable sponsor, on the part of Buhay Party List I represent, which is nationwide in coverage, we would like to manifest that we are happy with the performance of the good secretary who's now heading the Department of Foreign Affairs. We're happy with the way our OFWs are attended to now. We're happy with the way our people are given quality attention in our passport requirements as a right of every Filipino. And we're very happy with the way he steers our nation towards very rough waters in our foreign relations. If we were led by an irresponsible leader or a biased partisan leader in our foreign affairs, we would be developing more problems. Marami po tayong mga issue at mga katanungan na kinakailangang hawakan pangkalahatan. And we believe that the good secretary and his leadership with his team have done very well, especially today. We have another issue burning. The President has issued a statement that the killing of 3,000 drug addicts and drug pushers is nothing compared, or rather similar to the killing of 6 million Jews as part of our history. So alam po namin at naintindihan namin ang nangyayari ngayon, and we urge all our members to continue supporting the leadership of the Secretary and his team. While we support, I hear everybody supporting President Duterte, so we must support his alter ego in foreign relations. With that, we have no more question, and we're happy with what is going on in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Tom Villarin of Bakbayan Party List for his interpellation.
The Honorable Villarica is recognized. Villarin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the distinguished sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Well, I would like to propound my issues, concerns on the three pillars of our Philippine foreign policy as follows. First is the preservation and enhancement of national security. Second, promotion and attainment of economic security. Third is the protection of the rights and promotion of the welfare and interest of Filipino overseas. So are these three pillars still the guideposts of our foreign policy, Your Honor?
I think they are integral elements of what was discussed earlier.
Well, on the issue of national security, Your Honor, just recently we had these Indonesians caught in our airport possessing Philippine passports. 177, I think, if that's the number. As a matter of policy, how are we secure in our passports?
Your Honor, you are referring to the case of the Hajj passports issued to non-Philippine nationals.
I think,
yes.
Do we have two passports, a regular passport and a Hajj passport?
The Hajj passport is specifically issued to Filipino Hajj participants. Once they make their pilgrimage and they return to the country, the passport is no longer valid.
So this is not the same as our regular passport being issued?
Different po.
So different.
Opo.
And in a year's time, in every year, because our Muslim Filipinos make a pilgrimage to Mecca, so we issue how many passports? Hajj passports.
Generally po, the allocation from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is 5,000 passports, 5,000 Hajj passports.
5,000 Hajj passports. And these Hajj passports, how easily can one get a Hajj passport?
This year, it will be increased to 8,000. And the way to get it is, you have to be accredited by, certified by the NCMF, the National Commission. You have to be certified by the National Commission on Muslim Affairs and Muslim Filipinos. And they are tasked with doing the background check for the applicants. Of which the certification is brought to the DFA, and then the other, from there it's processed. It's processed for the issuance of the Hajj passport.
So with a Hajj passport, can you travel to any ASEAN country without getting
Only
a visa?
to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
So this is from Manila or the Philippines going straight to Saudi Arabia?
Opo.
Okay. Now, I think there was this plan, this proposal to outsource our the making of the passports from the NPO, from the National Printing Office to a private or a semi-private agency. Is this plan still being pursued?
The passports, being very sensitive government documents, were printed by the Central Bank Printing Office. However, the DFA was informed some time ago that the central bank could no longer accommodate this function. So the DFA sought a private contractor. Sorry, I correct myself. The DFA sought another recognized and accredited government printer, and that is APO Printing.
The name of that recognized contractor is
APO, APO.
And APO is a government or semi-government agency. Was this created?
It's a GOCC under the Presidential Communication Office.
So it's a GOCC under the PCOO.
Opo.
So this is still being pursued, and our passports, I think we have to issue annually 5 million, if I'm not mistaken, passports, or
between 3 to 3.5 million passports a year.
So 3 to 3.5 million passports. And we have to renew that every
5 to 10. Right now, 5. At present po, it's every 5 years.
5 years. So do you have any plans that instead of 5 years, we can extend that to 10 years?
We will have to debate, discuss, and pass legislation for that to be effected po.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. I would go now to the second pillar on economic security. Will the DFA confirm the statement made by the former Foreign Affairs Secretary that there was, I think, in the past 3-4 years, there was $4 billion in official development assistance that was committed or is being given to the Philippines. $4 billion of ODA.
Can you please specify or be more detailed in from what year to what year and from which donor, country, or organization?
Well, this was a statement made by the Foreign Secretary in a forum, in a public forum, and it was reported in the newspapers that the Philippines, since 2011, will be a recipient of $4 billion in ODA. So if it's ODA, it would come from the multilateral development institutions, financial institutions. It could come from the ODA of countries like the US, Australia, Europe.
How long? 10 years? 2 to 11? That is overall po, total ODA funds, and from approximately the period of 2011, the last 3 years, so 2013 to 2016.
So 2013. And now that we are into having trade agreements, entering into trade agreements, and there's this trade agreement with the European Union, and we are about to get a total of $800 million of GSP, the generalized system of preference given to trading partners, developing countries like the Philippines and the EU. Would you confirm that there would be this amount, $800 million of GSP trade agreements?
That is just an estimate. It is not. We cannot confirm nor deny that amount. It's just an estimate.
So, but would you agree, Mr. Sponsor, that with our trade agreements, or of which some I think has not yet been signed, the EU, but we are we would benefit, no, from these trade agreements?
We could benefit as it is a form of tax savings, Your Honor.
This is in the form of the reduction in tariffs and import costs. No? So if you look at this ODA and this GSP, the trade agreements that we're entering into with Japan, Europe, Australia, is the department aware that many of these ODAs have conditionalities? And specific conditionalities would include that the country would strictly follow the rule of law, and it would respect human rights.
Yes, Your Honor, you are correct. This assistance is predicated on our country and their country agreeing on certain conditions to happen, and if those conditions are not met, then there is the possibility of losing.
So that would be an adverse situation wherein we would lose $4 billion, then a potential of $800 million. And of course, we also have this U.S. military assistance of around $160 million. So if these conditionalities are met, we would lose all these funds, Your Honor.
The ODA is separate from the defense assistance. And I'm sure we will not, our country will not get into or the government will not get into a agreement fully knowing from the start that we will be at a disadvantage.
I'm raising that, Your Honor, because, of course, it is to our interest, no, that the attainment of economic security as being one of the foremost of the three pillars, that would be also for the interest, no, for us, no, in terms of pursuing our foreign policy. So if we don't comply with international obligations and, of course, some of the conditionalities, and I think the universal conditionality is respect for human rights and rule of law. So I would just to make that point, Your Honor. Now, on the third pillar, Your Honor, I would propound some concerns with regards to our migrant workers. Okay. In the tasks, no, of DFA, one of which is to administer a legal assistance fund, no, for migrant workers. Can this representation know how much is the legal assistance fund for 2017?
It's 100 million, Your Honor.
300 million.
No, 100.
100 million. So 100 million pesos, not dollars, Your Honor.
Pesos po.
Pesos, okay. We have around 15,000 Filipinos in Saudi Arabia that is being affected by a slump in oil production. And of course, we all know that these 15,000 Filipinos could increase if the prices of crude oil won't still rise, no, beyond the current price. Would you think that the 100 million pesos in that fund would be enough for the needs of our overseas?
It is quite impossible to predict whether that will be an exact amount, given the fact that it's a contingency. There is another fund, which is 400 million, and that is from the Assistance to Nationals Fund, and that includes things other than legal assistance.
So 400 million. And this comes from PAGCOR or what agency, Your Honor?
That's from the GAA.
GAA. But does DFA gets funds from other agencies? GOCCs?
No, Your Honor.
So there's no fund coming from PAGCOR going to...
The DFA also generates some income due to their consular services.
So these are only the sources of funds
and JA. The LFAs, some of these assistance funds also roll over from the one fiscal year to the next.
So this is being rolled over. So if it's not spent, so this is being rolled over. So the
Yes.
400 million is an accumulated fund from...
It can be rolled over only for 1 year po. As an example po, from January to July of this year, they are around 48% already. So we still cannot tell if they will have excess funds for this fund, because we don't know in the last 6 months if there will be a spike in the need for assistance.
So are we given the assurance, Mr. Sponsor, that indeed if there's a need to address the concerns of OFWs, the funds now with DFA are already enough or substantial enough to address the concerns of our OFWs?
Based on the expenditure by the department in the last 2 years, the fund seems adequate. However, Congress, in our wisdom, may always appropriate more for next year's JA as we see fit.
Of course, there's also the 2.5 billion fund under the Office of the President that could also be utilized. Would that be also a source, Your Honor?
Yes, that could be a source. However, given the scope of the magnitude and the scope of the different areas that the President addresses, it would be more prudent not to rely on that fund.
Thank you, Your Honor. In this case, with regards to the specific budget of DFA, much of the funds goes to OSEC, the Office of the Secretary. And it is stated here that for 2017, there was a 15.8 reduction.
19.87 po.
Okay, 19.87%
reduction.
In the budget of the OSEC. My concern, Your Honor, would be because of our pursuit of an independent foreign policy and the need for our good secretary and many of our envoys to explain the side of the Philippine government with regards to the utterances made by our president. Do you think that with a reduction in the budget under the OSEC, would this be enough to mobilize a public relations campaign or a campaign that would, in a way, make us or portray what is the real situation in our country? Or should I say, is this the budget would be enough for our consular offices to mobilize that indeed the Philippines is not what the government is saying, or our Presidential Communications Office is saying na hindi daw na ipapakita ang true picture. Would the budget still be enough?
I think given the budget presented, the DFA and its leadership feels confident that they can accomplish the tasks of their department. They have put aside certain expenditures as a result of the reduction in their budget. So, meaning to say, they are an agency that has prioritized on their main focus.
I'm just stating that, Your Honor, because I know that we need very good public relations campaign in the light of what has came out, not just in international media, but of course local media, and of course the interest that is being generated by the colorful character of our President. Now, on my last point, Your Honor, in our Foreign Service Act, states here that 51% of envoys should be career appointees, or meaning should come from the career service. And 49% would be political envoys. How many of our 19 regional consular offices, 94 foreign service posts are occupied by career officials, Your Honor?
Approximately 40 are career and about 8 are political appointees.
So it goes beyond the required 51%.
Which one goes beyond the 51%?
51% of the total envoys should be from the career.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
I'm glad to note that because we have been professionalizing the appointment in our career foreign service, and that has been a policy of the past administration, and I'm good to know that it's good to know that this is still being continued. So there are no moves to appoint more political envoys in our DFA. Is this representation assured of that?
It will be difficult to assure you of that at this time because that is the prerogative of the executive department.
But of course, we also have a law to be followed. But I mean, you still have that more than 51%, so it's still safe to assume that
we can assure Your Honor that the 51% ceiling or below the 51% will be followed.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, those are my questions, and thank you for the distinguished sponsor in elucidating my questions and giving the answers that would give Congress a chance to say that the budget of DFA is really worth supporting. So thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize our Minority Floor Leader Danilo E. Suarez of the 3rd District of Quezon for his interpellation.
The Minority Leader, the Honorable Suarez, is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the distinguished sponsor, who happens to be the son of my good friend and political boss, willing to yield some minor clarificatory question?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm reviewing the mandate of the DFA, preservation and enhancement of national security, promotion and attainment of economic security, protection of the rights and promotion of the welfare of overseas Filipinos, plus promotion of cultural and Philippine image. May we know what is this promotion of Philippine culture and Philippine image, distinguished sponsor? Is this the bayanihan?
That includes the bayanihan po.
Are they giving financial assistance to the bayanihan?
Promotions lang. Yes, they occasionally deploy or send the performers abroad.
In some
like
for
in
big
Europe,
occasion.
like in Europe, they have a tour.
You just touch a soft spot in the heart of one of my deputy distinguished sponsor because bayanihan has been a byword. Di po ba? You must have a base where you get good dancers. And kasi may science po naman yung pagsasayaw. Hindi ho naman ordinary. Kukunin mo lang yan sa isang bayan, syudad o barangay. And that's precisely the reason why we're saying, why are we reducing the budget of a certain office by a dramatic slash of, I think, 70% of what was proposed. Yun po yung, yung culture na sinasabi na kahapon ni Congressman Atienza. So, I mean, we're not saying that mali po yung program because hindi ho naman si Secretary Yasay ang nag-prepare nito. So, ang point ko lang, sa mga susunod po nating appropriation, siguro this is some of shortfall or oversight on the part of the preparation for 2018 budget na kung binibigyan natin ng importansya itong promotion of Philippine culture and Philippine image, we must have a good base of future artists that we can present on international activities. Yun lang ho ang observation namin dito. So we're not even expecting a reply from the distinguished sponsor. We're just saying our observation. Now, when we say of protection of rights and promotion of yung pong overseas natin, I understand this must be worldwide. Am I correct there? Lahat po na bansa na tayo ay merong overseas worker, ay meron po tayong opisyal ng DFA na nangangalaga sa kanilang kalagayan. Am I correct there, distinguished sponsor?
Opo. However, there are some regions or sub-regions that are covered by one main consular office and then those personnel.
Ito po ba ay lateral dito sa Department of Labor na meron din silang opisina na nag-aalaga din ng katayuan ng ating OCW?
Not all, Your Honor, but in most of the sensitive countries that we have a greater deployment of citizens and OFWs, that's where there's a lateral deployment of labor.
They're having their office in the same roof.
Building po.
Magkakasama po sila.
Opo.
Yung promotion and welfare, meron po tayong term na tinatawag na blood money. Di po ba? Yung po bang DFA ay may mga panahon na tumutulong o kung hindi man, ano hong ahensya ng pamahalaan ang kino-coordinate ng DFA when we mention the term blood money?
With regards to the blood money po, the DFA does not expend any...
So wala po tayong allocation or
They
sinasabi
just-
natin...
they
So
just-
ibang ahensya ang tumutulong.
Hindi po. They just assist the family in making representation for sponsors to contribute or donate the funds for the use of blood money.
I see. Because if I can remember it right, during the term of the former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, we set aside a sizable amount of money coming from certain offices as assistance to those workers in distress na kailangan po ang blood money. Because if you look at the numerical figure of what is required, ay imposible po talaga namang kayang bayaran ng ating mga manggagawa o workers na naging nagka-problema, wherein blood money seems to be the only possible solution. So, ilan po, would I assume, distinguished sponsor, that lahat na, ilang bansa po tayo merong may chancellor o ilang bansa po tayo merong opisina ang DFA?
Uh, 60 embassies and approximate 20 plus consulates.
So, mga 80 worldwide.
84 po.
And there are some countries with some satellite offices. That, am I correct there? Especially
Yes po.
America, siguro po. Ganun. Meron
Like
sa
Mexico,
California.
Central America.
I see. And I don't mean to be rude or insulting, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, but how do we rate our foreign workers working in this type of the DFA as compared to other countries? In terms of salaries, allowances, housing, etc.
Are you asking, is the honorable gentleman asking for what is the system of the DFA for rating?
I'm asking comparative salary standards, or how do we compare ourselves? Let's say that I'll talk of a specific country. Kumusta po yung sahod ng isang embassy employee ng Malaysia as compared to a embassy official ng Pilipinas in terms of salaries and allowances?
I think the salaries of our foreign affairs personnel is in line with the cost of living
Standardization?
at their posting.
Hindi po naman sila kasama po ba sila sa standardization, distinguished sponsor?
There is a basic salary in the country. When the personnel is deployed abroad, then there's an adjustment.
Well, what the minority's position, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, is this. They represent the country. And it pains us, member of this plenary body, na yung atin pong buhay ng manggagawa ay miserable. Kaya ang gusto ko humalaman, are they working in comfort? Kasi kung hindi ka ho comfortable at naghahikahus-kahon, how can you present the country when in fact you're representing the Philippines? Ito po ang tao ron eh. Di po ba?
Opo.
So yun ho ang tinatanong ko, how are we compared to other countries in terms of working condition?
They are living in comfort but not in obscene luxury.
Meaning, instead of Mercedes, they use Toyota. Ganun po ba ang sinasabi?
They use Toyota. In fact, the refleeting program was scrapped to fit the budget due to the cuts made.
Their budget, distinguished sponsor, is lower than the previous year. Am I correct?
Opo, by about 19%.
Yeah. May I know the rationale behind this slash?
Maybe we should ask the previous president.
Wala po silang idea kung bakit napaka-dramatic naman ng slash.
Well, I guess indirectly, the budget for hosting the ASEAN conference next year was transferred to the Office of the President.
Yung pong, kasi 2.9 lang po ang budget ng OP, gagawin po nating 17, I think, ano? Because of the ASEAN next year that we will be hosting.
For hosting po, the expenditure is around 15 billion. So that was moved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're expecting to spend at least 15 billion for the ASEAN. Can you ask the principal, distinguished sponsor? Kasi kasama na po dyan yung interparliamentary and yan din po ay kasabay na gaganapin sa atin. Ito pong mga counterpart natin sa Kongreso at Parliament. So, ang question ko, sino ang gagastos nung sa Kongreso at saka sa Parliament na ating counterpart sa ibang ASEAN country?
OP. Diba? But who's going to... Hindi ba OP? To my knowledge po, most of the expenditures will be covered by the fund with the OP.
So it will be the Office of the President?
Yes po.
This is, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I have the experience of, in some countries wherein, kasi matagal-tagal na rin po ako congressman, kung may mga official trip po ako sometimes, even without me asking, I am somewhat surprised that there are times na bigla hong may sasalubong sa amin na empleyado ng embassy, kahit na hindi po kami humihingi ng assistance, bigla hong dumarating doon at sinasabi na nalaman po namin, darating kayo, Congressman, kaya nandito ho kami para tumulong. And I hope that practice, that the harmonious relation between the department and Congress on the request budget of the new secretary for 2018, baka ma-improve pa ng konti para maging mas harmonious yung relation ng Congress at saka ng DFA.
Noted
Mr.
po.
Speaker, distinguished sponsor, the minority has no more question to raise on the proposed budget, and we thereby would like to terminate interpolation on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation on the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
This is a joint motion to terminate the interpolations for the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a couple of minutes.
Session suspended. Isa na lang to, boss. DNR na lang. Yun lang, itong hindi po.
Hindi nasabi. Yeah. I-recognize.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that to recognize the Honorable Minority Floor Leader.
The Honorable Minority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the earlier motion of the minority in connection with the proposed budget of Department of Foreign Affairs.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Minority Leader.
Baka magka-heart attack si...
Majority Leader.
The motion,
Yes,
Mr.
the Minority
Speaker,
Leader is recognized.
is that to terminate the interpolation for the proposed budget of Department of Foreign Affairs and its allied agency or satellite attached agency. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpolation of the DFA and its attached agencies.
Order. There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Session is suspended. Thank you, Idol. Mami mo. Mami mo. Yan ang isa pinakamapagmahal.
Ito na, di ba? Wala na? DENR. Most colorful.
Ano tayo? Ano next natin? Marami? Wala na. Hindi na pa. Okay. Uy, sarap to ah. Jeff, ano Jeff? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nakita ko, ang daming pagkain. Baka yung gawain natin sa kanila, gawin naman sa atin. Oo. The only thing we lack are your one-way mirrors. Anong reason kaya? You know? Hindi, anong chismis? Anong dahilan daw? Okay. Oh. Sige, sa inyo. Parang 100,000 na lang yan, di ba? Hindi, pero plus taxes. Sige, thank you. Buying. Okay, sige. Oh, dyan. Hirap na hirap yan.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we are now considering House Bill number 3408, and the parliamentary status of the bill is it is in the period of interpellation and debate. I move that we begin consideration of the budgetary support to government corporations, mainly the Philippine Postal Corporation.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that before I recognize the Honorable Tony Bravo, may we greet the guest of the Philippine Postal Corporation. This is OIC Joel Otara of Postmaster General, Luis Carlos, Assistant Postmaster General for Marketing, and Department Manager Lorna Guevara.
The guests from the Philippine Postal Corporation, please stand up. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Sandoval to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the Philippine Postal Corporation.
The Honorable Federico Loverboy Sandoval is recognized.
Thank
You have the
Mr.
floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to ask this august body to consider the budget of PhilPost.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Bravo for his interpellation.
The Honorable Bravo, the champion of the cooperative movement, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the minority, there being no other member of the minority to wish to ask question, I move to terminate the period of interpellation and debate of the budget of Philippine Postal Corporation. I do so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of the Philippine Postal Corporation.
There is a joint motion.
Thank you.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Move to suspend for 1 minute.
There is a motion to suspend. Before we do so, talk about a very fast postal service. Session is suspended. Gusto ko na sabihin eh. Oh, dapat magtanong tayo sa privilege. Ha? Dapat magtanong tayo din eh. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we begin consideration on the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
Before we start, I would like to greet the guests in the gallery. In the gallery is Secretary Regina Lopez, Undersecretary Demetrio Ignacio, Undersecretary Leo Hasareno, Undersecretary Isabelo Montejo, Undersecretary Jonas Leones, Undersecretary Mario Jacinto, Undersecretary Ernesto Adobo, Undersecretary Annalisa Te, Assistant Secretaries, Head of Attached Agencies, all Regional Directors of the DENR, Environmental Management Bureau, and Mines and Geosciences Bureau.
The DNR family is welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Malanya On to sponsor and answer questions, if any, on the budget of the DENR, including attached agencies.
The most beautiful governor from the Davao Peninsula, the Honorable Cora Malanyaon, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the House of Representatives, isang makalikasang hapon sa ating lahat. This representation is honored and privileged to present for consideration the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for fiscal year 2017. The budget of the DENR is anchored on an enhanced development framework crafted to align with the priorities of the national leadership that is bringing real and meaningful change by fighting poverty and corruption. As such, DENR's broader goals aim to achieve the interrelated outcomes of human well-being and environment quality for the benefit of each and every Filipino, even those yet unborn. Your Honors, the DENR family, led by Secretary Regina Gina Lopez, are present in full force today to seek the august body's approval of its 29.3 billion budget for 2017, which they intend to implement across their programs, projects, and activities. The said amount will be allocated for programs which will benefit from an institutionalized partnership with civil society organizations and will showcase an area development approach for priority areas, not just to deliver services, but to improve the quality of life of the DENR's clients. Mr. Speaker, this representation is now ready to answer questions for the Department of Environment and Natural Resources.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Anthony Bravo of Co-op NATCO for his interpellation.
The Honorable Congressman Bravo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished Majority Leader. Will the gentle lady sponsor yield to some interpellation from this representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentle lady sponsor. Before I propound my question, I would like first to bring to attention to the good secretary of the DENR. I received a complaint in 2014 involving some quarters in DENR, specifically Senro, Region 7. The subject in question is a parcel of land located in Tejero, Hagna, Bohol, which were originally owned by Lamberto Achacoso, the patriarch of Achacoso clan, lot number 5996. This issue was raised before the former secretary, and we actually requested to investigate the matter. But to my dismay, the issue was just dribbled and got no fair treatment. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, distinguished sponsor, I would like to request the new secretary to conduct an investigation and review the case, for it is really the property of the Achacoso family and heirs, not of that favored parties, as decided by the Senro. Further, to determine the criminal and administrative liabilities of all personnel involved in the erroneous and malicious decision to the prejudice of the real owners, the Achacoso family and heirs. Will this be acted favorably, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, for that assurance.
Your Honor, I think there's a need for you to prepare a letter and submit it to the DENR.
I will do that, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. But I'm asking for an assurance that an investigation will be conducted by the good secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you for that assurance, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. May I proceed? Just one particular issue, Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, because I've heard just a while ago that it is in the heart of the good secretary to really address the poverty threshold of our countrymen. Am I correct, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Mr.
Along
Speaker,
that line,
yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I would like to introduce amendment comes proper time, but I would like to raise this now. Under number 5 of the special provision, National Greening Program, wherein the amount of 3,687,646,000 pesos appropriated herein under Forest Development, Rehabilitation and Protection shall be used for the greening program purposes, wherein 3 billion will be for maintenance, site maintenance covering prior years, planting activities, site preparation, and 300 million will be for seedling activities. With this, I would like to recommend, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, that at least 15% of this amount be allocated to farmers' cooperative, wherein you source out your seedlings. Is it possible, distinguished sponsor?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. That's possible because the beneficiaries are people's organizations too.
But I would like to recommend that assurance be part of the amendment of this provision, because it's done in the DepEd. 15% of the procurement of materials for the procurement of armchairs were awarded. Specifically, it was stated in the special provision DepEd for the benefit of cooperatives. And we can do the same. I'm recommending the same.
We'll get all our seedlings from the farmers.
Okay. It is possible, Your Honor.
With that, is this an assurance coming from the distinguished sponsor?
It's accepted by the DENR.
With that assurance, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I don't have any other question.
Thank you, Your
I rest my
Honor.
case.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Anak Pawis Party List, Ariel B. Casilao.
The Honorable Congressman Casilao is recognized to make his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Sponsor and the family of DENR.
Good afternoon.
Will the lady sponsor yield to just 3 policy clarificatory questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
First, before the 3 policy questions, let me congratulate the good secretary of the recently released audit of the mining audit, wherein 20 of the mining companies were considered that violated and must rectify their violations in order for them to continue their operation. One, with regards to the National Greening Program, in our previous budget briefing and pre-plenary briefing, this representation requested for the status report or any intervention action of the DENR with regards to Isabela Echage Caraga complaints of this representation pertaining to reported eviction of farmers, especially those who are considered farmer beneficiaries of Department of Agrarian Reform CARP program. Now, just yesterday, my leader from Cagayan, who among led the Amolong, Bagao, Alcala, Peña Blanca, Igig, with 7,000 hectares of rubber tree, complained of cancellation of their CLOA as part of the DNR's assertion of the National Greening Program. In our previous budget briefing, the Good Secretary assured that there will be no farmers who will be evicted, nor their current state being farmer beneficiaries of CARP be secured.
That matter will be investigated by the DNR, but the cancellation of CLOA is DENR concern, Your Honor.
Yes, I suppose it is my business with the Department for Agrarian Reform as to the cancellation. It is true, but because the report came in because of the request in accordance to the National Greening Program that the land will be for the exclusive use for the National Greening Program. So the conflict between the interests on the CARP and the National Greening Program could either be resolved by the two executive departments, while these representations concern remained on the farmer beneficiaries.
Yes, Your Honor. It will be investigated upon by the DNR, and that I think the policy that was already expressed by the Good Secretary still holds, that no one shall be dislocated as a result of any of the programs implementation of any of the programs of the DNR.
Thank you very much, Lady Sponsor. Second is with regards, again, an update, because from the previous budget briefing and the pre-plenary, this representation haven't heard from the department on the request of this representation with regards to the intervention and action of the DENR with regards to the Patungan, Maragondon investigation. We had a meeting with the regional director of Cavite, Maragondon, and he mentioned of furnishing this representation documents pertinent to our these representations conduct of investigation in the nearest future. Those documents were not yet provided as of this moment.
We have provided the document, but we can provide again.
We have provided the document, but if it's not still in your possession, Your Honor, they can provide again. Bakit wala man na ano?
Yes, for my last concern, the recent killing of a farmer beneficiary in Yuluking Ranch, covering Coron and Busuanga, Palawan, was a result of an argument that later resulted to a violent confrontation, and one of the concerned was the security guard from the agency, the BAI, the Bureau of Animal Inspection Security, or BAI Security. So, is there any activity or involvement or intervention from the Department of Environment and Natural Resources? Or was there any intervention? Aside from the police being a police matter, since it is covered within the jurisdiction of the department, was there any intervention that this representation would like to be apprised of?
We are finding a way to distribute the land.
Okay. DNR has nothing to do with the killing, but DNR also has committed to intervene by distributing lands to the beneficiary farmers, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Just a manifestation. While I am commending the Good Secretary of the recent report on the mining audit, again, I would like also to be apprised and this representation be furnished of other, not only the metallic but also the non-metallic mining operations that are similarly hazardous to our environment that we should look into also. And of course, the accompanying militarization, when the good secretary stated that accordingly, all military operations should not be used as private security guards of this mining company. And that I am also commending the good secretary. That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and no more questions.
It's noted, Your Honor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the party list representative Lito Atienza for his interpellation.
The Honorable Representative from Buhay Party List, the Honorable Lito Atienza, is recognized
Thank
to
you,
make
Mr.
his
Speaker.
interpellation.
Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. With the kind permission of the gentle lady, we would like to elaborate on some issues about the environment today. So if
Yes,
she's
sir.
willing, we would like to ask her some relevant questions.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm willing.
Having said that, we would like to inform her that we are concentrating on the issue of water. Alam po naman natin na ang tubig ay pinakamahalaga sa ating pangangailangan at sa ating kapaligiran. You can afford, anyone will survive without food, but water is more essential than anything else. Tama po ba yun sa aming pananaw?
Tama yun po. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, ang tubig ay buhay.
Tubig ay buhay. Tama po yun. At ako'y natutuwa sapagkat nasa tabi ninyo si Yusek Met Ignacio, who is very well versed on water. So I am sure he will give you the appropriate answers to what we are going to ask. Sometime in about 8 years ago, the Supreme Court decided with finality that Manila Bay should really be cleared and cleaned. And that decision came about with the full support of the Department of Environment. Yung po ba'y naaalala pa ni Yusek Ignacio?
Tama yun po, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Ang utos po ng ating Korte Suprema with finality is a general sustained continuing order, a mandamus requiring all concerned local government units and all private corporations and anyone who has access to the bay, provincial governments and everybody, especially the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, to immediately act on the deteriorating quality of the Manila Bay area.
Tama po.
At this point in time, therefore, we would like to get an update. Ano na po ba ang lagay ng ating Manila Bay with regards to the quality of water and to the removal of the daily flowing of sewage water into the bay, which is actually the killer of the bay? Meron po bang nagawang patuloy na programa upang itong kautosang ito ng Korte Suprema ay masunod at mabigyan tayo ng quality water sa Manila Bay? Isa po sa napaka-importanting mandate ng Department of Environment, as you mentioned earlier, is to promote a quality life for our people. Siguro naman tatanggapin natin kung ang Manila Bay ay malinaw at malinis na naman ang tubig na kulay bughaw at ito'y nagagamit natin sa pang-araw-araw na recreation and even possible drinking purposes, but definitely a means to promote development in the whole area surrounding this body of water. Meron po ba tayong improvement na mai-report sa lahat na ito na po ang naganap?
Have not complied with it.
At ito na po ang kalagayan ng tubig sa Manila Bay.
Okay. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, DENR admits that the water, the Manila Bay, in the Manila Bay is still polluted kasi ho, hindi pa naayos ang sewerage system ng Metro Manila.
Did I hear correctly that
You heard correctly.
you are saying that the sewer lines have already been diverted?
Hindi pa ho nakukumpleto because I think...
Hindi pa po, sapagkat andun ako palagi araw-araw sa area yun. At ako'y umaasam-asam. Sabi ko nga sana pansinin naman itong tungkuling ito at hindi naman mapabayaan ng ating DENR ngayon sapagkat ang tubig, sabi nga ninyo, ay buhay. Malinis na Manila Bay, masayang pamayanan, maunlad na bansa. Talagay ko, sunod-sunod na po yan. Basta't sinunod natin yung tamang gawain, linisin ang tubig ng Manila Bay. But, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask one simple, direct question to the lady sponsor. Is the DENR now allowing the proliferation and multiplication of fish pens and fish cages out in the bay, which is one of the main causes of the deterioration of the waters? Kung kayo po ay tatayo sa seawall, makikita po ninyo ang mga fish cages na aming tinanggal ay nagsibalik with vengeance. Malapit na po sa Maynila, yung mga fish pen na nagmumula sa Cavite. Yung po ba ay pinapayagan na ngayon ng DENR?
Your Honor, DENR is not tolerating actually the construction of illegal structures, but they are trying to coordinate with the local government units with respect to the demolition as well as this demolition of these structures.
Mr. Speaker, if the DENR just depends on the action to be taken by the LGUs, who are in fact the ones licensing the beginnings and the proliferation of fish pens, then I am afraid to say you are doomed to fail. The DENR on its own can get several backhoes, floating backhoes, and remove all of these fish pens. And that's the only way. We heard the mandate, the order, the direction of the President, no less, when he committed to the nation that he will clean the water bodies of the country. Manila Bay is the centerpiece of all the water bodies that we have. Pag ito'y iniasa na lamang ng DENR sa local government units, hindi po magagalaw yan.
Okay. Your Honor, since permits to build those structures were taken from the LGUs, so the DENR cannot arbitrarily remove all those structures without, of course, the concurrence of the LGUs. But they can file cases against those who are responsible for water pollution.
Anyway, nakikinig sa atin si Secretary Gina Lopez. I don't think she will agree with you, and she will agree with me, that we need to remove these fish pens so that we will liberate the bay from continuing pollution being contributed by these structures. Whether legally given permits by the local government units, the DENR has the mandate to promote general interest in removing these structures which hamper the free flow of water in that area.
There's a commitment from the Secretary that they will remove the fish pens.
Yes, I believe that she will commit. She was in charge of the Pasig River cleanup. She cleaned up the Pasig River at one time, and we worked together on that. I know that she will definitely take note of this exchange and dialogue in this interpellation of the budget,
and we will be relying on her commitment. Shifting to another body of water, which is essential for the whole of Metro Manila, Southern Luzon, and even portions of the northern or southern Central Luzon. We're talking about the Laguna de Bay. Ang Laguna de Bay po ay isa rin sa mga water bodies which could be very well become one of the engines of national economic development. Visualize a Laguna de Bay with clean, clear water, this time fresh water. Isipin po ninyo ang may dudulot na benepisyo niyan para sa ating lahat. Kung meron po tayong gamit dyan, recreation, development, and useful endeavors in and around the area. Di tulad po ngayon, nakaiiyak na makita. And I urge all my colleagues, lalo na po yung lumilipad sa probinsya every weekend, tignan nyo ang kalagayan ng Laguna de Bay. Punong-puno ng fish pens. Talaga po namang bordado na ng fish pens yung lawa. Kaya wala na pong hanap buhay doon ang mga mangingisda. Ang mga mangingisda po ay pinakamahirap na sektor ngayon sa paligid-ligid ng Laguna de Bay. Where before they had full control of the waters of Laguna de Bay, today they are driven away by security guards of the fish pen companies. There are fish pens there which actually are scandalous in their sizes. 5,000 hectares of fish pen area. Yung po ba'y nagbabayad? Yung po ba'y sinisingil? Yung po ba'y nagbibigay ng kalinisan ng ating tubig? O yung po ba'y pinakikinabangan lang ng mga negosyanteng marami sa kanila ay mayroon pang mga kapartner na mga banyaga? Foreign partnered enterprises to monopolize the Laguna de Bay waters for their benefits, but not for the Filipinos. Pati po yung mga itik, hindi na po mabuhay sa paligid po ng Laguna de Bay. Wala na pong balot dun. Alam mo niya? Kapagkat wala na pong nabubuhay na susuk na kinakain po ng mga itik na nangingitlog para maging balot. Why? Because the water is so polluted. And one of the main reasons for this, again, is the continuing flow of effluent and poisonous sewage lines and wastewater of companies surrounding the area, killing the bay little by little. Ano po ba ang plano ng ating kagawaran ngayon dito sa areang ito?
DENR wants to address this problem. By the end of the year, a lot of permits to operate fish pens would expire. So they have realized that there's a need really to reduce the number of fish pens that would still be allowed in that lake. So it has to meet the absorptive capacity of the lake. There's an admission ho that talagang sobrang
capacity, Mr. Speaker. Ano po ba ang capacity ng Laguna de Bay as far as fish pens are concerned?
There are scientists who are now making studies just so they would be able to know how many fish pens would still be allowed, or if there's really is a need to still grant permits to operate fish pens.
The law is very clear, Mr. Speaker. All our water bodies should be cleared of all of these impediments. I cannot accept any reasoning that would say, hindi namin magawa sapagkat ganito, ganyan. Ay pagka ganyan po ang reasoning natin, hindi na natin magagawa na mabawi ang ating mga water bodies from this abusive, destructive, and many times illegal use of public waters. Wala po ako nakikitang ganyang klaseng gamit ng katubigan sa buong mundo. And all of us are traveled individuals. I challenge anyone. If anyone can say, hindi, dun sa bansang yun, binababoy din nila ang kanilang katubigan. Dito lang sa Pilipinas nangyayari yan. Dahil dito may malakas, may mahina. At yung mga mahihinang mangingisda, walang kalaban-laban.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kung ano po yung binubulong ni
Mr. Speaker.
Yusek Ignacio, sabihin nyo dahil magaling po yan.
Ang sabi po ni Yusek Ignacio, most of the fish supply comes from, for Metro Manila comes from Laguna de Bay. So, but they also realize that there is a need to gradually remove all these fish pens. But they would like to, strengthen the small fishermen into producing all the fish that the Metro Manila also needs.
Mr. Speaker, in this Congress, on July 25 of this year, President Duterte spoke before us. And he promised the whole nation, I will remove all the fish pens in Laguna de Bay. I almost stood up on my chair to clap for him because that was a good promise, a good commitment. It displays a presidential concern on the conditions now prevailing in Laguna de Bay and Manila Bay. From July up to now, ano po ba nangyari doon sa magandang tinuran at sinabi ng ating Pangulo?
Kaya nga po, sabi nila, by the end of this year, all the permits would expire, or a lot of the permits would expire. So, it's now under study whether they will remove all the fish pens or gradually remove the fish pens kasi nga we cannot also sacrifice the supply of fish for Metro Manila. Pero, talagang palalakasin ho ang mga small fisher folk so that they would be able to supply, they will have good harvest and that they would be able to provide the requirements of Metro Manila.
Replying to that, Mr. Speaker, I would say that they will not deliver anything by December because they're not doing anything today. Hindi po maaalis yung mga fish pen kung hindi natin ginagawa yan araw-araw, oras-oras, minu-minuto. The campaign should have started the moment the President promised that in this chamber. But up to now, we have not seen a continuing operation to clear Manila Bay and Laguna de Bay of these fish pens. So you will not be able to deliver what you're stating, although it is recorded in this exchange that you are committing. Therefore, you are committing the Department of Environment. Therefore, you are committing the President. And I will get back at the end of the year to prove that the fish pens are still there.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. They have started the dismantling, but the massive dismantling would happen after the end of the year, after the expiration of the permits of the fish pen owners.
Nabasa ko rin po yun. Pinagmamalaking nag-alis na sila ng 50 square meters of fish pen. Mr. Speaker, to give everyone an idea of what we're talking about, the whole lake is about 99,000 hectares. One of the biggest freshwater lakes in this part of Asia. And almost 70% of the lake is occupied by fish pens. Yun po yung mga amin pinag-uusapan. Pag ang aalisin po ninyo ay 50 square meters every other week, matatapos na po ang term ni Presidente Duterte, hindi po nyo magagawa itong ating sinusumbong sa inyo at inyong ipinangangako. We would suggest that you clear the waters even if you use the military, the Philippine Navy, and all the forces of the government at the fingertips of the President to order everyone. Clear these water bodies of these structures. Liberate the waters so that man, the Filipino, can make use of his water body, these public waters of the nation, for ourselves and not for the exclusive use of businessmen. Wala na po nag-i-invest sa palaisdaan. Alam po ba ninyo yun? Wala na po. Bakit? Ang gagawin mo lamang, magtutusok ka lamang ng kawayan sa katubigan, meron ka ng palaisdaan. Nung araw, bumibili ng lupa, nilalagyan ng patubig, gagawa ng paraan para yung free flow of water, tumatakbo rin sa palaisdaan, tubig dagat, tubig lawa, fresh water, or whatever, yan po'y ginugugulan, ginagastusan. Ngayon, hindi na po. Wala na po nag-i-invest sa fish pen development. Why? Because they can use water bodies, public waters at that, for their fish ponds. Yan po isang malaking pagkukulang ng ating pamahalaan. At ito po naman hindi nyo inimbento ngayon. At lalong-lalo naman, hindi ang kasalukuyang sekretaryo ng kagawaran. Ito po'y pinabayaan ng administrasyon, after administration. Nakita ko po yan nung ako'y kasama nilang naggigiba. Marami po akong buhok na pumuti sa konsumisyon yan sa problemang yan. Kaya alam ko po ang problema at ito po'y tungkulin ko, ilagay natin sa ating records na ito'y inuulit-ulit ko on the floors of Congress to state very clearly, we have a problem, we must attend to it.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, I would like to repeat their commitment that the reason why they are going slow in their dismantling is because they would also want to avoid lawsuits in the, if they violate the terms of the permit. But you're assured, Your Honor, that after December 31 of this year, they would be going massive in their dismantling of fish pens.
Salamat po naman. At yan ay inaasahan namin. But to put it on record, sino po ba ang namamahala ng Laguna de Bay? Laguna Lake Development Authority. Dahil pinag-aaralan namin ng budget ng DENR, wala pong budget ang Laguna de Bay Authority.
It's Laguna Lake Development Authority. The reason why they're not asking for an appropriation from Congress because they are supposed to be self-liquidating. It's a government-controlled corporation.
So they have their own budget coming from the Office of the President?
Revenues po nila from permit, issuance of permit.
Kanila, self-liquidating, di ba? They generate revenues from their own operations like rentals, permit fees, and other fishing charges.
Yun po ang isang problemang dapat tignan ng ating kagalang-galang na sekretarya. Yang kababalaghan, the anomalous situation where the Laguna Lake Authority does not have a budget. So therefore, they are getting their financial needs from the collection of fees of those who violate the law in and around the lake. In other words, yung police, umaasa na lang dun sa binabayad ng violator. Kaya, technically, to be able to generate enough funds, including bonuses, mas maganda po yung maraming violation. Pag maraming violation, malaki kita. Pag talagang titignan mo pa at hindi mo makikita ang violation, doble kita. Kaya yan po ay kababalaghan ng sistema. Hindi pwede po siguro ganyan. I don't think you will agree with that system, gentle lady.
I don't think so, Your Honor. But the LLDA...
You don't think so you will agree? Or you don't think so that you will not agree?
About them generating revenues? About them collecting fees from illegal fish pen owners? Not necessarily illegal fish pen owners. Those who are building illegal structures, yun ba? Your Honor, Laguna Lake Development Authority, as I earlier said, is a self-liquidating corporation. It's a government-controlled corporation which is generating its own revenues to fund its own operations. And that every year, they also remit a part of their earnings to the National Treasury. So I'm not in agreement, and I think the DENR is not in agreement that they would be collecting, from illegal fish pen operations, and that that would encourage them really to allow just anybody to put up their illegal structures.
For the record, we would like to ask the gentle lady, to her knowledge, and you can ask Yusek Ignacio again, ito po bang Laguna Lake Authority ay sa ilalim ng supervision ng DENR as an attached agency?
Yes, it's one of the attached agencies.
Sabi ko sa inyo, magaling po yung nasa tabi ninyo. Kaya hindi kayo magkakamali ng sagot. So being an attached agency, it is still a DENR which should really be supervising its operations. Huwag pabayaan yung maling sistema ng paglikom ng salapi, yung hindi pagtatrabaho at pagbibigay ng lahat ng lisensya, at yung hindi pagganap ng tungkulin to protect the water rather than depreciate it. Ang trabaho po ng Laguna Lake Authority, ito po'y alam ko sapagkat sa simula't simula, yan po'y binuo, tinignan ko na po. Ang sabi ko sa sarili ko as a young man, hindi makakatulong itong authority ito. Bagkus, ito magiging dahilan na ang ating pinagkikitaan ng national economy ay mawawala unti-unti dito po sa maling sistemang ito. And proof of that my apprehensions were correct, now we see an almost dead Laguna Lake with the kind of system that we are following to maintain its waters.
Yes, Your Honor. The DENR is the supervising body on the operations of the LLDA, but they also respect the autonomy of this government-controlled corporation. And they are only setting policy directions for the LLDA.
Mali po yung binulong sa inyo ni Yusek Ignacio. Dapat po ang sinagot hindi po namin papayagan na ang Laguna Lake Authority ang masunod. Kami po ang masusunod sapagkat attached agency yan sa amin. Anyway, I would like to ask at this point, who is heading the Laguna Lake Authority?
Right now po, Joey Medina po. Bagong appointed.
Okay. There's a new manager. There's a new general manager appointed by the President Duterte, Joey Medina.
Joey?
He's a former mayor of Taguig, Rizal.
Ano po pangalan?
Joey Medina. Medina.
Joey de Lima?
Medina, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Gusto ko lamang,
please repeat
gusto ko
the
lamang
question.
po mag-relax kayo, kaya ko nasabi yun.
Okay.
Pero alam ko namang hindi ma-appoint ang sino man sa mga kamag-anakan ng taong yun sa gobyernong ito. So we have a new manager. Is that what you're saying?
He is the new appointee of the President. He was
Has he taken over, gentle lady?
Wala pa po.
Wala pa?
Wala pang.
Di ang nakaupo ron yun. Sino po nagpapatakbo ng Laguna Lake ngayon?
It's still the OIC, former Congressman Acosta.
Siya pa rin ang nagpapatakbo?
Siya po, but he has already tendered his resignation. But
Pinapayagan ni Secretary Gina Lopez yun. Walang mangyayari talaga sa Laguna Lake ngayon. So I would suggest that you hurry up the transition to a new manager so that whatever this administration is committing to the nation will be fulfilled. Therefore, as long as the old manager remains in office, every day that passes, baka magkaroon pa ng bargain sale ngayon dun. Anong tawag doon? Ramage sale. Or damage fish pen sale.
Yes, Your Honor. The Secretary has committed to facilitate the immediate outtaking of the new administrator.
As I have stated, we have full confidence in the leadership of the DNR. We know that she has a broad vision of the needs of the environment, and she will attend to the problem of water bodies that we have been discussing. I can continue on and on the need to clean up our water bodies because all of them practically are now affected by the problem we have just discussed. You go to Lake Taal, a protected area, protected landscape in fact. Protected landscape. Tingnan po ninyo ang kalagayan ngayon. Napupuno na ng fish pen itong sa southeastern portion. At nagmumultiply pa po. Na pag hindi pinigil, ang Taal Lake mapupuno ng fish pens. Again, argabyado na naman tayong lahat dyan. At ang nagtatawa lamang at nag-enjoy sa negosyo nila, yung mga nagtatayo ng fish pen. Ganon din po sa Lake Lanao. Ganon din po sa Lake Buhi. Yung magaganda nating mga katubigan, punong-puno na po ng abuso. Pumunta po kayo sa Central Luzon, Pampanga River, Bulacan River, and all the outlets into the sea are all full of fish pens. This is one of the most abusive bad habit that has been allowed to proliferate. They are taking advantage of government's lack of interest in water.
Yes,
But
Your Honor.
I'd like to
The good secretary welcomes your involvement and participation with respect to that particular concern.
I'm sure. I am positive because I'm confident of her ability to lead this department very effectively. Pero hindi po naman siya may kasalanan dito sa mga sinasabi ko sa inyo. Kaya alam kong hindi naman niya ipagpapatuloy lahat itong mga pagkukulang na ito. So we need to cooperate with each other, Mr. Speaker. We need to legislate. We need to support the efforts of the DNR because all of us are affected by this growing destruction of our water bodies. And I hope the DNR will pursue the cases that we have filed against those who have not complied with 9003. I hope the DNR will also pursue our demand for the water concessionaires to fulfill their concession agreements that they will provide wastewater treatment plants in their areas of concession. Dahil hanggat hindi po nabubuo yan sa mabagal na paraan, yan po almost 15, 17 years ago na yung concession na yan. In fact, marirenew na siguro ngayon yan, hindi pa po tayo nabibigyan ng efficient wastewater treatment facilities which are basic in their concession agreements. Can we rely on that, gentle lady, so that next year when we stand on the same Congress and in the same forum, we will be able to celebrate a success story of the new leadership of the Department of Environment.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. It's also hoped that the DENR would take note all of those concerns, and according to them, they are starting actually to enforce all laws relating to violations of solid waste management, and they would be closely working with the DILG with respect to the enforcement of all these laws, so that erring LGUs would be sanctioned, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this morning we talked about climate change. We discussed the budget of the Climate Change Commission, and it was, of course, one of the items taken up is how to clean our areas, surroundings of pollution, including those of the water bodies. Kaya hindi lamang po negosyo, kung hindi kalusugan at kapakanan at kaligtasan ng ating bansa sa mapanirang bunga ng global warming and climate changing. So we rely on the good intentions of the Honorable Lady, and we are confident the Department of Environment will deliver the commitments that you have just put on record. Yun po naman ang isa sa mga purposes namin. Kaya tinatalakay natin itong mga ito para maitala natin sa records ang ating mga concerns. Common concerns and common commitments. Dahil kung pag-uusapan po ang pondo, kulang po yung pondo ng Department of Environment. Dapat sana mga 15 billion ang ibibigay sa kanila. So rather than ask about the pesos and centavos, I engage the lady on general terms so that we can help the Department of Environment perform in this coming year's mandate to have a clean, clear environment, healthy for everyone, and a good life for the Filipinos. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Gentle Lady, for engaging us in this intercourse.
Thank you also, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Danilo E. Suarez of the 3rd District of Quezon, our Minority Floor Leader, for his interpellation.
The Minority Leader is recognized to conduct his interpellation. You are so recognized, Congressman Suarez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Majority Leader. Will the gentle lady yield to some minor questions? I will just delve on major issues, Your Honor. Some will be parochial. One time, I took a chopper ride from Manila to Balisen, and you'll have to pass through General Nakar. And that's our watershed, gentle lady. Water of National Capital Region comes from these vast mountain ranges, Sierra Madre. I'm somewhat alarmed and disappointed para pong napakaraming para po bagang, alam po ba niyo yung pare, di po ba may puyo? Ang tawag po natin na bilog na sa kwan. Ganun po, green na green, puyo. Tapos green, puyo. Marami pong area na tinanong ko kay Mayor Rasol, sabi ko, bakit ang daming parang clearing in some area? At ang sagot po sa akin ay hindi po nila masawata ang mag-uuling. Gusto ko lang malaman, ito po bang DENR ang nag-i-issue ng permit sa mag-uuling?
At meron tayong biochar program po. Provide alternative fuel.
Alternative to...
Alternative fuel po.
Okay. Your Honor, Sierra Madre is the priority area for...
No. Gentle lady, I'm asking a question. Yung pong nag-uuling ay may permit po yan. Kaya sino po ang nagbibigay ng permit sa mag-uuling?
Bine-verify kung nagagaling sa private land. Senro.
Okay. It's Senro that issues the permit.
Yung
Your
Penro?
Honor. Senro.
Provincial
Community Environment. That's
yan po ba ay under ng DENR?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
So, akin lang hong pinapakiusap sa aking kaibigan na kalihim, si Secretary Gina, medyo naaabuso po ito sapagkat yung po namang nag-uuling na nagpuputol na sinasabing ang puputulin lang namin ay mga softwood, wala po naman sinasanto yan. At ngayon, nakakaalarma na nga, watershed na ho ang pinapasok ng mag-uuling. Kaya, ang isa hong masasabi natin at magiging makatuwiran na hakbang, baka naman kami po ay ang lalawigan po ng Quezon ay nagkaroon muna ng moratorium ng pagpuputol ng nyug. Baka po naman pwede magkaroon muna tayo ng kaunting pahinga sa mag-uuling, baka pwede tayo magkaroon ng moratorium sa mga nag-uuling.
Your Honor, they are actually introducing a new program using biochar as an alternative to... I'm sorry. Biochar as an alternative to the...
Well, if the format solution of the department is that bigyan ho natin na ng trabaho doon sa inyong greening program, sila ho ang magtanim, then you go to economics on where will they make more money? Mag-uuling o mag-adapt po doon sa programa ninyo na sinasabing greening program. And I will just tell you right now, mas malaki po ang kikitain sa mag-uuling. So I will just reiterate my appeal. Pag-aralang mabuti at baka naman pwedeng magbigay tayo ng moratorium dito po sa napakalaking pinsalang nagagawa nitong mga nag-uuling. Palagay ko po, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, ito ho'y concern hindi lamang sa Quezon, palagay po sa ibang mga congressman sa kung saan-saan lugar ay talaga hong nagiging problema na ito.
Yes, Your Honor, they are going to aggressively implement the program, which is an alternative program. It's a program that would be an alternative to the traditional source of fuel, which is charcoal, which is uling. So also, the reason why, especially for those who are into burning of trees, they are also going to use a part of their NGP budget for agroforestry, that is intercropping short-term crops or cash crops with forestries.
Kasi,
yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, double whammy po tayo dyan. Bago po ninyo ulingin, ito po ay sinusunog. Tama po ba ang proseso? Di ba? Inaapuyan yan at sa init, pamamagitan, yung pong softwood o hardwood, ito po ay magiging charcoal. That process alone is an environmental crisis already.
Yes,
Sapagkat
Your Honor.
pag nagsunog ka ng kahoy, ay nag-i-emit ka po ng isang gas na nakakapinsala sa environment.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Tanong lang po
Speaker.
niyo sa principal, tama po ba ako?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Ngayon,
Speaker.
pag yung uling ay ginatong mo at yan ay sinunog mo, mag-i-emit ulit yan ng makapiminsalang gas sa environment. Di po ba?
Yes,
so
Your
let's
Honor.
weight the equation. Ano po ba ang sinasabi nating substitute? Kaysa sa mag-uuling, ano po ba sasabihin? Ayan lang po naman ang kaya na mahirap. Ay mahal na rin po naman ang uling kung ikukumpara mo sa LPG at kung anong uri pa ng pagluluto. Kaya this concern, distinguished sponsor, is a major issue that I hope the new leadership of the DENR will come up with a plausible and acceptable solution.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. That's why they are going to aggressively introduce this program using biochar because as experience, biochar would give an income of about how much?
Biochar and other things so that they don't have to cut the trees.
Yes. They really have to introduce this biochar as well as other alternative livelihood sources so that they would not be cutting trees or burning trees or making charcoal. So they really are going to aggressively implement the program of providing alternative livelihood for those charcoal makers.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Last year, ang amin ay parochial again, nagtanim po ang aming lalawigan ng 2 milyong mangroves in one day. I don't know if you've heard of that. Kasi ang lalawigan po ng Quezon is bounded by 2 oceans, Pacific and South China Sea. kami po ay nag-embark ng isang ambitious program na sa isang araw, sapagkat hindi pare-pareho naman ang tide at pwede ka magtanim, ay nag-ready po kami ng anong tawag nila dun sa tinatanim na parang Mongol na lapis, what you call that, propagules.
Propagules, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Yan po ay itinanim sa isang araw. Ngayon, meron kaming mas ambisyoso pang program na magtatanim po kami ng 3 milyong mangroves sa coastline, sapagkat alam na po ninyo, ang isang lalawigan na may pinakamahabang coastline sa ating bansa ay ang aming lalawigan. Kaya pwede ko po bang hingaan ng commitment na ang Department of Environment and Natural Resources ay tutulong po sa lalawigan dito sa ating imumungkahing pagtatanim ng 3 milyong mangroves.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. In fact, part of the funds or part of the budget under the NGP will be utilized for planting mangroves nationwide.
Doon medyo susundan ko lang yung sinabi ni Congressman Atienza. Alam po ninyo, ang tributary contribution ng ating potable water ay 2 po. Umiray River contributes about 2.8 billion. That's tributary flow ng tubig. Kung atin pong susukatin yung per cubic inch ng lumalabas na tubig papunta hong Pacific Ocean, sinasabi natin, tinatapo natin na potable water papuntang dagat, ang umiray po ay mahigit na 2 bilyong litro isang araw, at ang agos na mas malaki ay 2.3 billion liters. Sapagkat ang bundok po ay 2, isa pong papuntang Pacific Ocean at isa pong papuntang Laguna Lake, ang lalawigan po ng Quezon ay nagbibigay din ng tubig sa Laguna Lake. These are clean water. But pag minix po ninyo yan sa polluted water ng Laguna Lake, nawawala po yung value ng fresh water sapagkat napaka-contaminated na ng Laguna Lake. Kaya tinanong ko gusto ko rin masabi nyo, gaya sinabi nyo na parang hindi na humihingi ng budget ang Laguna Lake Authority sapagkat ito naman ay kumikita na. But tinatawagan din namin ng pansin na ang lake na ito is heavily silted na. Napakababaw na po because of massive siltation. Siltation po nanggagaling sa bundok, pag umulan, bumababa po ang lupa at pumupunta sa lake. Mabuti, nung time po ni Secretary Lopez, napalalim po niya ang Pasig River, mabilis-bilis na po ang paglabas ng mga tubig, both potable and contaminated water from the Laguna Bay going to South China Sea. We have done that. Kaya ang point ko lang, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, baka naman po sa time ng ating bagong kalihim, ay sususugan ko lang yung concern natin, nabigyan natin ng iba yung pansin ang pag-aalaga at palalimin muli ang Laguna Lake para ito po ay makapag-contain ng mas maraming tubig. Sapagkat pag silted at ubulan, ay babahain po talaga tayong lahat. It has to be deepened. And that must be, and I am talking about a certain case that is now in arbitration, ng palalalimin po sana yung Laguna Lake, ngunit nagkaroon po ng utos ang Pangulong Aquino na yan ay inihinto. Tayo po ay dinimanda ng isang foreign company just for that. So, yes, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I think some of my concerns have been properly aired, and we just would like to get the assurance from the leadership of the department on the concern of the minority. Primarily, ito pong watershed ng Sierra Madre na pinanggagalingan ng tubig ng National Capital Region.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, there's a commitment here, knowing that the Secretary is a hardcore environmentalist and she has a track record of clean, what's this in sa Pasig River? She has a good track record, especially with respect to the Pasig River. So I think she would do the same and make a difference on the Laguna the lake. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other member from the minority who wishes to ask question, I move to terminate the period of interpolation on the budget of DENR and its attached agency. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Walang mining.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the majority, we join the minority in terminating the period of interpellation on the budget of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and its attached agencies.
There is a joint motion. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 3408.
For your support, thank you.
There is a motion. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Journal Number 28, dated September 28, 2016.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the journal.
No, thank you.
Journal number 28, dated September 28, 2016, is hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn session to Monday, October 3, 10 a.m.
There is a motion to adjourn until Monday, October 3, 2016. Hearing no objection, session is adjourned. The Bicolano boys, yes.